What's up, YouTube? Welcome back to another Reviews Corp podcast, also known as the ARC podcast. We're on episode 20 now, so it's a special number, almost, but
Yay.
very close to that. Uh, I'm your host, Red Devilos Reviews, and I'm back here again with my good co-host, Unity Review and Analysis. What's up, Unity?
I just, fun fact, I just finished the Avatar show because I just couldn't take it. So, take it. I just couldn't take it. I just list so many feelings. And, yep. I'm
Yeah.
just glad that I take so much feelings and my schedule is so busy.
Hmm. Yeah, we'll definitely get back to that. Uh,
What noise is that?
yeah, that's not me.
Oh,
Is your
it's me.
Netflix still on?
No, I can't. I closed my Netflix.
Hmm.
Also I'm on a headphone, so it can't be.
Interesting. We're back here again with our good guest. We've had a few times, and we're always happy to have him. Operation Bagel, how's it going?
Hello, interwebs. Yeah, to be here. I had to be here for this one. I have thoughts.
Yeah, yeah. And before we get started, as Skids points out, yes, it was indeed rough. That was rough, buddy.
Mhm.
Yep. But before we get started, just a quick reminder: we do have another channel, another Reviews Core podcast, where we archive these videos, usually 2 days after the day of the audio. We also have a Spotify of the same name, another Reviews Core podcast. You can find those links in the description down below. And yeah, we are going to talk about the Netflix adaptation of Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Which we all really loved, right?
Yeah,
Yay! I love it so much that I've watched it. I spent a month trying to finish it.
yeah, we're a bit late. Obviously, like I think it came out February 23rd, 24th, around that time. So yeah, it's quite a bit. Um, took me a while to watch all of it through as well. It wasn't a binge format, by the way, so it wasn't like a week to week thinking. That's why we're doing it now. So yeah,
God.
very very good.
Glad
Cloud.
so,
So
Yeah,
yeah,
saw it as well.
yeah. So obviously the OG, back from 2005, uh, is highly regarded as one of the best shows of all time. I don't know. I can't really. I can never make a claim like anything like that, but I can definitely understand the perspective of how how people come to that conclusion or anything like that. I personally really love the animated show.
it's one of the best shows I've seen, at least. I would say.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. I never seen it, so I
yeah,
just told me to just watch the show Netflix version and don't rewatch the movie, which I
yeah,
originally planned to.
yeah. I think it's kind of important to kind of have a perspective like that. I didn't get to rewatch the movie, but I know Operation did prior to
Yeah,
this podcast.
I'm a madman.
Um,
I rewatched it.
yeah, and I rewatched C's book one as well, for the animated show. So I think it's important to have like some different perspectives because we know a lot of the conversations that are provided. It's either you just expect it to be like a one-to-one copy of the animated show, or you're just comparing it to the movie. And uh, this happened for Percy Jackson as well, um, which Unity and I had an episode on that prior to
Uh,
this. So yeah,
yeah. To be honest, we might have to change the title because the movie actually offers more than the show when it comes to Percy Jackson.
yeah. I know, like,
I don't
I
know.
guess, like, some preliminary thoughts. I know, like, a lot of people were pretty hyped about it because, like, it does look as faithful as it could be to the show from a visual perspective for the most part. I mean, there is some off CG here and there. Some of the bending could be better, especially the water bending, in my opinion. But you can definitely see that, like, compared to the movie, there's definitely some there is some improvements on the visual perspective. I mean, obviously the cast is like not whitewashed, which is according
Which
to the showrunner. I think he only said the only thing he didn't watch the movie, so he only assumed the criticisms was just the bad effects and the uh,
whitewashing.
and the whitewashing. He did not know about like the other problem that the show also has, which is very very long expository dialogue.
But
And yeah,
yeah, and the movie is just trying to cram a fucking season into a movie, so it was like, uh, I've seen it before. By the way, I just didn't rewatch. I don't remember much.
yeah.
I mean, but I
Though
do
I'm sure
remember.
this one doesn't try to cram a whole lot into one story.
Hey, I mean
Yeah.
they have. I mean
Mhm.
they have 1 hour per episode. They should have enough time for that, right?
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah, as they mentioned, the episode there's only 8 episodes in total, and they do have the same runtime between the animated season the and this show. But like obviously, like some of the stuff that the animated show can get away with, like some of the montages or some of the things that you can kind of skip past. And obviously, like a Netflix show, you have time to like at least explore a few ideas here and there. Uh, now, the way they went about it is kind of dumb, which we'll get to. Um, but yeah, I mean, obviously, like when you're comparing two different mediums, like an animated series versus this live action show, there is going to be some restrictions, obviously, especially we are taking a 20 episode season to 8 episodes, which that is a very tall task, just to be fair. Um, but I still feel like there was ways to reduce that season to 8 episodes and not be shit. So
Yeah, you have no idea how fucking bloated the show is. It's like, and I was sitting there, I was like, wait, what the fuck? It's like they try to rush a lot of things as well, which is insane.
hmm. Yeah, yeah. What do you think, Operation?
Like about how they like the structure of it.
Yeah.
Um, oh yeah, she said 20 episodes to 8, not a easy ask, but the way they did it, and also what they chose to add that wasn't in the cartoon didn't help it either.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Uh,
I definitely think it will get more. I do think like a 12, 13 episode could work. Uh,
yeah,
yeah.
to
I
be,
mean, like obviously they took out the aspect like they can't have fun. Like they used to have
Yeah.
like season one had a lot of the most deviations compared to season two and three of the OG. And obviously that kind of makes sense in the perspective that one, it's setting up the world, setting up all these characters, and also just like you know building the friendship of those characters,
oh,
which this
uh,
show doesn't really get to do that.
oh, I think they tried. They really tried.
They
I
want you
feel
to believe they have a strong bond at the end.
like
No, fuck
Right.
off.
I
No.
honestly don't think
I
so.
don't remember Avatar even have a one-on-one conversation with Sokka.
Sokka.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Obviously, like we also talked. There's also the creators, the OG creators. They were a part of the show, but they dropped out like midway through. We don't know exactly what was the reason they dropped out outside of creative differences, but it seems apparent to me. I would say
Mhm.
to keep it simple before we get into like the more spoiler stuff. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not too sure because I know like in terms of like processing, like obviously like you can like come up with multiple ideas during the course of the season, especially when you're pre uh, scripting your ideas for what the season will be like. If it was because of Boomy, I would
But
completely understand that.
I
But
would
there's a lot of
understand.
aspects. But
Oh, boomy. Oh, I was like, that's an interesting concept. I like the concept. What was the execution though? It was like,
yeah, But yeah, that's always like one kind of sign when your OG creators drop out early. I think like this has been in production for 6 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. A
Like
fun fact.
they've announced
Wow.
this a while ago.
Yeah.
So
Which is so weird because like this year always shows that even original writers can't write their own shit again. Like no more
Yeah.
just Tina Fey, Rick Rodius, or the writers of Megamind, or to be honest, I haven't seen it, but probably Kung Fu Panda 4 as well.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's kind of like a good preliminary basis for our startup. Obviously, this show has a lot of new things. For example, episode 1 pretty much starts off. So I don't have pictures of every single thing of the show, so we're kind of gonna just briefly talk about as much as we can. Obviously, episode 1 starts off with the well, technically it starts off with Sozin. I guess like kind of creating a ruse with the Earth Kingdom just to mess with them or something like that. Because I guess he has higher priorities. Obviously, this is just show off the bending for the most part with the Earth bending and the fire bending.
Yeah, and to be honest,
Sozin is an evil guy.
when I saw it, I was like, when I saw it, I was like, wait, what's the fuck is the point of the opening? Just have him take the message and have them leave.
Yeah, that's what or just start off with the massacre at that point. Like,
yeah, I was literally like, oh fuck, oh I'm just giving, this is just a rules, you stupid spy. I just let you steal them to defend you, to make you guys more defensive of yourself, and blah blah blah. I was like, wait, then what's the point of just even capturing him? It's so weird. It's so ridiculous.
don't know.
burn him alive. It's for the audience, you know. So.
Yeah.
And it's like I get like for some things it's like okay there are some expository dialogue where you can at least kind of justify it in a way like okay it makes sense to kind of have a conversation for the sake of the audience while also having it in the world of the characters. I mean like Game of Thrones obviously like has that a lot, but then again Game of Thrones doesn't really rely on like shit that doesn't really matter in terms of that kind of exposition. But this is like one of those like I could see why they decided to go about it this way, just to kind of paint the picture of Sozin's thing, but it just doesn't really add anything given that we see Sozin later at the Air Temple, and you could have done the exact same thing without all of this stuff. And I guess it's just to show off that Sozin is a bad guy, which cool, I guess. I knew that. And the earthbending and firebending looks pretty okay for the most part. But yeah, but then yeah, obviously it starts off. The real start is still not the opening scene of, Avatar.
The animations.
It still starts off. We don't actually get to that opening for another 20 minutes. So yeah. So what do we do for 20 minutes? So we go back to the Air Temple. Aang is flying. I really don't care. People keep saying, "Oh, he's just falling with style. He's gliding with style." It's like, no, he's like there is some kind of flying in that montage. I don't know. And then
Whatever.
you didn't see Korra season 3, right?
No, I stopped after season 2.
Yeah, I think.
But I know about Zahir. Yeah,
Zahir and how he can fly.
Mhm. Yeah,
and
he was
one of the
pretty
aspects
special.
they say that he is the only guy who can fly because he had to let go of all of like earthly attachments essentially.
What the fuck does that?
Including gravity.
What
Yeah,
the fuck is that? What the fuck does that even mean? Earthly attachments.
Well,
Do you mean?
it is I know it's a concept in like enlightenment in Buddhism, so I understand what they're going for. Though that was kind of like how they use that concept for Aang to access the Avatar state without any like pause or hitch or anything like that, which was that's a season 3 thing from Avatar, like I think season 3. But like he couldn't do that because he couldn't let go of Katara, which
Yeah.
was like the whole.
Oh yeah,
point.
that was the end of season 2 with the guru.
Yeah, with the Guru Patik, yeah. But I don't know. It's just like, yeah, but like Aang is like flying, which is like I don't really understand. It's like, oh, he should just be able to do that because he's a master airbender. He could do a yeah, but
You know what? I just
the monks
oh,
can't do that, and they're better than him, or anything like that. So
I'll do you
I
one
don't.
better.
And,
Why the fuck
yeah,
does he even need a glider if he can just fly like this? You
yeah,
know the
that's what it is. And it's like, oh, and then people say, oh, he's just falling from style, and then people only show that scene. He does it again, like later in the South Pole. He's flying to look for Appa
Yeah. He does
without his
push
glider.
himself up off the ground with airbending.
I guess he does, but like I don't
He
know.
does, yeah. And when he looks for Appa, yeah.
yeah. To be honest, I look at the dialogue in this scene. I was like, I just want to kill myself.
Yeah. So apparently, all of the so Gyatso and Aang are talking, and basically, there's going to be like a festival for the great comet that is coming by. It happens every 100 years.
Do you want to talk about how the really wonderful dialogues in this show?
Oh,
Yeah.
well.
This one has an appealing line somewhere.
Because this actually introduced me how stupid the dialogues are. You may be more advanced than the others, but there's much you have to learn. And believe it or not, there may come a day where you wish you spend more time with your teachers. Wow, subtlety.
Yeah. Oh, and then like, I guess like, and then it's just kind of like there's other bad exposition like where Aang is like asking, oh, who's coming? And then it's like they show all the sky bisons like coming from the other air temples, and then it's like, how many are there? It's like looks like all of them. It's like
Yeah.
I feel like you should have had this conversation before.
Also, really, the entire population of all the temples are coming here.
Yeah, so I guess like that
It's
just makes
almost
it
like
convenient that Sozin can kill them all in one place and not have to travel to all 4 temples to kill the airbenders.
It's so weird. It's like you spend more time with your teachers. It's like, yeah, it's like, why the fuck would you say that? Why would you phrase it like this? He clearly doesn't like the teachers or something. I was like, I don't even understand your relationship with the teachers, and the other teachers is like, yeah, we have to force Aang to just do shit, forced to become the Avatar without attachment or something.
Yeah, especially that where Aang just pretty much looks into the camera, talks about his entire character. Once he learns he's the Avatar,
I like eating banana cakes and playing airball and goofing off with my friends.
I don't want to be like this. I don't want to have this responsibility. I'm scared. Like, dude, can you put something on the screen and not just say everything?
Can we see that, please?
Or just
like Superintendent Chalmers, may I see it?
Yeah. And then she was like, "Oh, I'd like to eat banana." Just play with funky.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? I was like, you can just show it in the first scene.
It's like, no, he's talking to somebody. He's talking to Appa. It's like that's not solving the problem. And then there are some instances where characters are just talking to themselves like in a room, like Gyatso does that sometimes. Like where he's clearly talking to the camera because there's nobody else in the room where he's having this conversation. I don't know. It's very bizarre. But yeah. Yeah, so Aang is obviously like Gyatso's like.
By the way, yeah, that's. Yeah. I want to say, do you guys realize there's some really shit things like, dude? There's a line. Fire Lord Sozin is planning to attack the Earth Kingdom. The water tribes are already sending the warriors to aid airbenders, and we need to help them as well. And we need the Avatar. Notice the problem? That breaks the entire show.
I'm not sure if I did, but
why don't they just send the airbenders to the Earth Kingdom much earlier?
I think the problem here is like I don't really know the time frame of some of these actions, especially because like that opening scene that added nothing. Then you also have like Sozin's Comet is on the way. They have a festival celebrating.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, in order for you get the news from like another country to here, it's gonna take a while, and you have to. And when you travel from one country to the other country, Earth Kingdom to Fire Kingdom, I don't care. Do you remember how long does it take for Aang to fight a Sky Bison to the Water King to the Earth Kingdom, and to just the another side Water Kingdom?
Mike,
Yeah,
there's some good question about the timeline. I don't know. I don't know how long the first Aang scene is after the Sozin part.
yeah. Also, another problem too is like I can't really. I know, like in like Avatar, like the animated show as well. Like messages do take a while to go from place to place. I think they send it through Raven or something. Like obviously the technology is
The
not
birds.
like not as fast as like as you would expect or anything like that. So yeah, messages could like take a while. But I can't really comment on when that first Sozin scene with the Earthbender uh, is versus like the Sozin's Comet, which by the way, it's not actually called Sozin's Comet. It's just called that afterwards in respect to Sozin, basically. It's just a
Yeah,
great comet. So yeah,
it's so weird. It's like we're looking at like
yeah,
oh, so you
messenger
can.
words.
So if you send avatars to Earth Kingdom, the air nomads, you just bigger shot yourself in the foot, Sozen. It's because you can't genocide all the airbenders. It's like
Yeah. So one thing that we got in the animated show is that Aang is told that he's the Avatar because they sense there is danger, but they don't know what exactly it is. Um, like, or they don't know what's happening. They don't know when it's going to happen or anything, but they do sense like a danger that is happening, and Aang needs to be prepared for that. That's basically kind of like the premise. And then obviously, like, I think, and then obviously, like they do talk to Gyatso does tell Aang that he is the Avatar and all that stuff in front of the Yang Chen statue. Um, it's like that's like an okay scene in my opinion. I don't really mind that how they went about that part. Um, I guess my main thing, I so my first thought was like in Percy Jackson is like, God damn, you could have had this kind of scene for Percy learning he was a demigod, the same thing, and it would be way better. But that's a different conversation. But yeah,
it it's
so
such a
yeah, that's after like Aang, he's like not sure what to say. It's like, can't we just go back and pretend that you're still my friend? It's like you are my friend. It's like the Man of Steel scene.
Mm-hmm.
was it's like, can you just pretend to be my friend? I was like, wow, why do you say that?
He's just saying like I don't want to be the it's the Superman saying, can't we just pretend I'm not an alien and just you still be my dad and all this stuff. It's the same concept basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you will
Actually,
always be my friend. It's like, yeah, I know. We're setting up themes.
yeah.
Because he says,
It,
"Hey, you are." This is like you have such peace and kindness and all that, and just more listing of what his character is rather than us seeing it.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's such a shit. It's like, well, I don't know. I was like, I guess Gyatso is like a mentor to Aang, maybe.
yeah,
Sure.
Like mentored father figure was, like
I was
that.
like, how did they bond? I don't fucking know.
yeah. I mean, in the OG, you had him like they both like do pranks on the other monks, like they throw cakes at the older monks. It's pretty funny.
I mean, yeah.
They kind of reference it in a way, but not really. Um, yeah. So yeah, Aang goes outside, talks to Appa, and that's where we get that entire exposition of I like to eat banana cakes, goops off, and hang out with my friends, and I don't know, but all this stuff is like scary to me.
It was
I don't
like,
know.
yeah. It's like, to be honest, I want Aang to just shut up and just ride the sky button and just leave. That has more impact than just saying shit.
Yeah, and then he's like, "Oh, I just need to go up and go where a place makes sense, up in the sky, and just to clear my head." So it's
I don't even want to go about it.
Operation. Do you know what the problem with that is? If you were to compare it to the OG,
Because in the original he was running away, but this it's like, oh yeah, I'm just going to clear my head for a bit, and then implied he'll come back or something.
yeah, yeah. So like,
So
the big thing is
it's way less
Aang's
guilty here.
Aang is much less. Well, it's like, but he's still guilty later in the show. It's like it's really not the same thing. Aang Aang's burden in the animated show is that he left out of fear. He left out of like his own choice. He ran away essentially, and that was like pretty much his biggest character flaw. Considering like I mean, obviously it's the weight
So
of the
we can't have
responsibility of like
those.
yeah, it's like the whole weight of the responsibility is put on his shoulders and all that stuff. So it's like I don't really. It's hard for him, and then but like here it's like I'm just gonna clear my head and I'm gonna come back. Uh,
Yeah,
but just in time where the Fire
like
Nation.
essentially like going out for a walk, and then you come back, oh, your family's dead.
That's
Hey,
the community scene.
yay, funny. I love my life.
That won't be the last connection to community.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
Yeah,
because
go
I'm
ahead.
just. I was like, do you guys remember like? It's like, do you remember? I was literally wondering, why do you fly so low instead of just fly up to the sky? What is fly at sea level for some reason?
Well, I think they want to be like that. The storm like forced him down. I guess Appa couldn't hold
Yeah,
himself
because
up very well.
Appa's still like a living being, so
Yeah,
lightning will still hurt it.
yeah.
Yes.
Uh,
By the
yeah,
way, yeah.
but
By the
yeah.
way,
So's on the firebenders. They just show up and
by the way, do you guys notice there's no storm during the genocide scene?
Yeah, it's
yeah,
only what
that's why we hate the genocide scene. Actually, why don't we talk about that? Operation, since you've watched the original, what do you think about the addition of the genocide scene?
I, uh, I kind of get that they wanted to like show it, but I think it ruins the impact later that the original had, where because that one you essentially find out along with Aang that
Right.
everyone was killed by the Fire Nation. So to have to have it already revealed, it's like, well, what are we gonna do there later? Like I was thinking, and then once we see what they do there later, we'll get there.
Yeah. My biggest thing is like obviously like they talked about they want to be like Game of Thrones for Avatar,
Right.
which is like so it's like that was like the first thought that everybody had. It's like okay, they're killing the air nomads for sure.
Yeah, because that's all you know from Game of Thrones, just killing everyone.
I mean, they had references to the other side of Game of Thrones in episode 2, which we'll get to. They should really take advantage of that next time. Yeah. So So my thing about the Air Nomad massacre, it's like I understand it to a perspective because obviously you can't really. So obviously, like the show has the benefit of or disadvantage of hindsight because like you already know what's going to happen, so you can't really make that a mystery anymore. So it's like I get that aspect. I guess my thing about like for example Gyatso's death. Well, I guess first off, the Sozin's comet. The Firebenders did not do anything like really cool with under the fire under the comet.
No,
They
no,
just did regular firebending.
Yeah,
no. To be honest, yeah.
it's real hard to tell. Like, yeah, what's different about this compared to like the regular firebending, especially because this is just the second scene we see ever with firebenders.
To be
Yeah, it's
honest,
like, do you recall like what they did in the OG show with the Sozin's comet?
Yeah, like a few of them on a ship made like huge waves of fire.
Yeah, like Ozai pretty much destroyed an entire, like almost an entire continent with his firepower. I think Sozin could fly as well. I'm not Ozai could fly as well
Yeah,
over
he
the
could.
comet. So yeah, it's like here it's just and the Sozin's like tells Gyatso, it's like you could maybe beat us if we didn't have the comet, but we have the comet now, so
Yeah, to be
you're
honest,
shit. So
well, it's like great exposition, dumbass. By the way, there's a lot of things I want to say about this scene. It's like, jeez.
yeah,
First
Okay.
off, I was like, well, was like, to be honest, do you guys get a feeling the air Noma just kind of just gave up? They didn't.
Uh,
It's like, yeah, it's just kind of like feel like. Do you guys even try to fight back? Because it's so easy for you guys to just get taken over.
well, yeah, that kind of goes back to you can't really gauge how powerful they're supposed to be in this scene.
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, they,
that's mainly it.
yeah, I mean,
And then it's like secondly with I know like one of the big things in the OG too is like they were caught by surprise, which I guess
Mhm.
you could argue that they were caught by surprise in this as well. It's just like I don't know, man. It's like and then that's why it gets me to Gyatso's death in this show. It's like so he's protecting kids, which against Sozin and all this stuff. Which is like I guess that's something, but like in the OG, I remember that scene more because like it's Gyatso's corpse with 10 other fire soldier uh bodies around, and you could like make a guess that oh man, maybe Gyatso like he suffocated the entire room, including himself. It's like if I'm going out, you're all coming with me, kind of shit. It's like Gyatso's a fucking badass in the OG, and it's like here it's like
he's just a moron. He's a moron. I'm sorry.
he just falls over and dies.
No, not just that. This guy was like, oh fuck, this is a really secret hiding place. It's literally just a building that you put children on the first floor that anyone can just see it. Any fucking person can just walk in and just kill you. It was like
Yeah,
hide
and
them
it's
in
also like the
basement.
temple of Yang Chen, so it's like
Oh,
not hard to find.
also
So
was like, where the fuck are all the appas? Was like whatever the sky bison or something.
yeah.
Wait, just send them to the sky bison to fly away. Where are they now?
So I know that all the sky bisons are dead, except for Appa. Which well that's like OG wise. Though for some reason the sky bisons come back in Korra for some reason.
Yeah,
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 retcon.
yeah, and the sky bison basically disappears after the only scene they are in the show.
Yeah,
Fucking
but because like it's easy to copy paste all of them on there. So
yeah,
yeah.
nice. It is so fun. Do you also, by the way, there's like the airbenders one airbender can just create a tornado to beat a bunch of firebenders for the powered by the souls and comets. It was like fuck up. I was like, how powerful is the comet again? I have no idea.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like it could be okay. I just think the way they went about it was pretty lame. I would not be I would be fine if some people were like, going about their daily life and then firebenders were killing them. And then you have like there is some ways to do that, like an ambush where it's like where it can still look cool, but you can also give credit to the airbenders that are good and are able to handle it. But I don't know. It's just like the way they go about it. It's just like it could have been better. Especially Gyatso's death, in my opinion.
Easily.
Like if they wanted to do this scene, like to show it and not talk about it, but again, this was the most obvious part where they were going to do the show over tell, and what they show is just pretty bland.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. And then meanwhile, Aang and Appa get caught in the storm, hitting the wave, and he makes the iceberg and gets trapped there for 100 years.
Yep. So much pointless jack shit stuff, and the show finally started.
Yeah. So as we said before, the way the animated show starts, that doesn't start until 20 minutes into episode 1. So everything up until then was like completely brand new for the show, except for maybe a few scenes here and there. Like the general backstory of Aang and like how he ran away. Like that stuff is still from the OG, but like obviously they added
Ran
more
away.
around that. And yeah, he didn't even run away. Yeah. So speaking of changes, they have Kyoshi say the iconic intro,
True.
which is like that was a choice. I feel like if you're not gonna have Qatar do it, then I guess you should probably have Roku say it, since he was the last one.
Uh,
But,
He's almost like unimportant in this show.
yeah,
That's for
and
sure.
then
fuck, I don't even remember who Roku is. That's a thing.
yeah, that's fucking terrible to admit that. Yeah, so yeah, we're that's 100 years later. We're in the Southern Water Tribe. You got your siblings, Sokka and Katara. Not whitewashed anymore. I guess that's pretty good.
Yeah. Now, how are their characters?
Yeah. Yeah,
Ah,
so they decide to go fishing, and then that's about it.
to
Then
be
they
honest, it's
there's
just
no dialogue really.
I mean, they have dialogues. It's just really shit. Do you guys remember that they basically give Sokka just like he's a leader and he just forces kids to do labor?
Yeah, which to be fair for that in the OG show is like because all the men are gone, he kind of has no option, especially considering he's the only 14-year-old and everybody else is younger than him. So there's that aspect in terms of like the child labor, quote unquote. It's not that part's not meant to be taken seriously, but like in terms of here, so obviously the show they took out. So this is not a surprise to anybody. They took out Sokka's sexism, at least like his commentary on sexist behavior, which is like I also understand is like that's not really a fundamental part of his character because like it does go away after episode 4 in the OG show, but there is a reason why it was there, especially considering the traditional values that both water tribes had, the northern and the southern water tribe. So cutting it out is like, so what do they replace it with? Well, it's just generic. I want to be like dad, and Qatar's like, I want to be a waterbender, and that's really it.
He's more like an overprotective, like big brother. And that's really. It's like you can't learn waterbending, or they'll find you, or however he said it. Like,
Yeah, pretty much. It's just like there's just nothing there. There's like then they get caught in a drift and then they end up towards the iceberg. And then the stupid thing happened where Qatar is trying to pull like Qatar like looks at the iceberg, it's like, what's that? Huh, that's weird. Let's get the boat now. Okay, I guess that giant iceberg there is just doesn't matter. Fine. So she tries to pull. So in the original show, she gets so angry at Sokka being sexist that it like she inadvertently causes the iceberg to crack from behind her because of her anger. But it's like one, that's like part of her character, and two, that's like obviously it's like something she was unable to control, which is why that happened. Whereas in this situation, she's not angry, so she's just doing a normal attempt of trying to pull the boat back to them, which is like it drifted off a little bit from the ice. So she's trying to use the water bending to pull it back. So she's doing like a simple move, and nothing out of anger, nothing out of like emotion or anything like that. But like for some reason, it's cracking the ice behind her. It cracks it to the point where it does the part where the avatar comes out.
freeze thing.
Yeah.
It's because she's supposed to be bad at waterbending at this point, but it's very weird that
No,
he's actually focusing on something in front of her, but it does it behind her.
what they said is she's a mid. She's not. What's just fucking insane because they didn't say that she's terrible at it. She says she's mid at it. Basically, she can do it, just can't do it really well. From how they imply it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, and then it does that whole shoots the light beam in the sky. This is where Zuko, in the Fire Nation ship, they see this light in the air. They made Zuko like an avatar nerd. He has like a notebook full of all the avatars, all the statues of all the avatars in his quarters, which I guess that's kind of fair, I guess, if they wanted to do that.
I mean, yeah, he's
For
studying
the
him
last
for
3 years.
Yep,
Yeah,
might as well.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm thinking a lot of scenes like because I'm looking at a lot of dialogues. It's just like, what the fuck does any of those mean? They don't appreciate your leader skills. That's right. They don't realize it.
Thank you.
Yeah, very funny. Literal. That's the next line.
Yeah. I'm going to talk about the performance just for a second. I on a acting perspective, I don't think anybody is amazing. I don't think anybody is like great. Some of them are okay. Some of them are okay to decent, and some of them are just not really well. And honestly, like I've seen more people say like Katara is the bland one and Sokka's better. I did not like Sokka at all.
No,
I don't think he's funny.
No, do you know how funny that what he did? Hey, Katara, can we leave the kid to die? I laughed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. And like obviously, like nobody matches their animated show counterpart. I think the closest you got is Zuko.
Yeah, I mean Iroh, maybe.
Iroh, there's some things that I don't like about him, which we'll get to. But yeah, I would say like out of all the characters, Zuko is like probably like the closest to his animated counterpart. Even though I still have problems with Zuko, which we'll get to.
Yeah, he sounds like a, I don't know what to say. He sounds like a kid, but he's a kid. It was like he sounds like a whiny brat. That's the thing. It was like, I want the avatars. Like, wow.
Yeah, which is, to be fair, that is kind of the point of him in season 1. But yeah, at least it's not Azula, which we'll get to.
Oh God.
Yeah, so Zuko, so he sets a course for the Southern Water Tribe. So they also have Aang stay unconscious the entire time, all the way back to the Southern Water Tribe. Instead of having, no penguin sledding, which we can't do that stuff. It's very goofy.
Which is a serious Game of Thrones level show.
Yeah, it's so
we
good.
also can't have his crush on Katara, which I understand
it's
why.
Not a thing at all. Yeah,
it's not a thing at all in the show, which I understand why. I just, at the very least, if it doesn't happen in season 3, it's like you're kind of like losing all your marbles. Which again, for some reason they have a reference to it in episode 4 for some reason. And it's not even with Aang, so we'll get to that.
Yeah, that's what scene is it? Oh, it's like those.
So this is Aang is back, and then my God,
and then
he wakes up, and then Gran like explains, he's so first off, she just says like the entire intro of the show.
Get it?
Water, earth, fire, air. Long ago, the Fire Nation attacked. We all lived in harmony. Like that iconic thing. She just says it word for word.
Word for word.
Hey, by the way, do you guys remember that it really very refreshing dialogues of by the way, this Airbender who probably must be the Avatar is a bad guy. He might be evil, so we should stay away from him. I was like, wait, are we supposed to support or be fear of the Avatar?
So the thing is, like, Sokka in episode 1 of the OG, he was like skeptical of Aang, like just because he's the Avatar. It's like that doesn't mean there's no danger going to come from him or anything like that. He is the last Airbender. He's also a foreigner of the Southern tribe, so there is some doubt there. So it's like that part was like kind of understandable. I think it's okay for that perspective. I just think Sokka does not have the charisma in this show to like kind of justify that, in my opinion, like compared to the animated show. But that's just me. Like he's saying some of the same dialogue from the original. It's just like I just don't feel that emotion between the two mediums. So I don't
Yeah.
know. It's just hard to
Um,
explain.
and it's like, what the fuck happened? It's like, oh yeah, Appa appears. Like, wait, where did Appa came from?
Yeah, he just because you even see him. He's still sealed off in the ice.
Yeah.
And then he's just out of it, I guess. They also, they obviously hid the fact, like, like Appa flying in the show is like pretty iconic because at first he just looks like a regular bison. It's like, oh, it's my flying sky bison. It's like there's no way that thing can fly. And then that's like kind of a surprise in the show, which I understand you can't really hide that, especially since the opening 20 minutes put like 1 million of them. So yeah, you can't really do that surprise anymore.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you can surprise us with better writing. That would be a good surprise.
Yeah. 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 So yeah. She tells. So Grand tells Aang that all the Airbenders are dead. You're the last one. So he just like accepts that, which in the original he doesn't know. Like they don't tell him out of like to protect him in a way. I think all the characters like they just decide not to tell him just to protect his innocence and all that stuff. And then obviously he goes out to the Southern Air Temple himself on his own accord, thinking he might be able to find them again, not knowing that they're all dead. Which again, you can't really hide that because like one, the audience already knows that they're all dead, and you just kind of have to go past it in a way. I don't know. It's just that's why I don't like the show being adapted in period, because like you can't replicate the magic in the first season or in not the first season like of Avatar in general. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's I don't even know what to say about this. It's like, what can I say? I was like, oh, rereading. I mean, it's like reading the iconic sentence isn't really the problem. But I was like, when the world needs him the most, he vanished. It was like at that point, it's just your perspective. It was like, oh
yeah, that's correct. That's correct. It's so weird. Like you're saying it from the show, and I understand why, but it's like. But like, there's a reason why that's a narration and not like Katara saying it to Aang himself. It's like when the world needed him most, he vanished. It's like that's a weird thing to say to the guy that you're talking to.
I was like, I literally said to myself, I was like, wait, what the fuck? Are you gonna piss off the Avatar who might actually save the world this time? He just recovered from ice from 100 years of break. It's like,
yeah, and it's like. Plus, I don't even understand what the point of this was. It's like you had Kiyoshi Seti the narration anyways in like earlier in the scene. So it's like why do we need Grand to say the exact same thing but to Aang this time? So it's like I don't understand like and this is like a common criticism that we saw, like even people who like the show, they've even said like one of the most common things is like the exposition is so bad that they keep repeating themselves. Like they keep repeating the same dialogue. Maybe like a different character says it again. It's not like the Dark Knight kind of thing where they do that thing where they repeat the same dialogue from earlier. No, they just straight up repeat the same dialogue every 5 minutes for some reason, and I have no idea why.
We're 50. It is so.
We were not fans. No.
It is so horrible. We spent 15 minutes to dissect the first 30 something minutes.
To be fair, I'm having a hard time trying to figure out how to talk about this show in a concise manner because there's a lot to say, yet there's also not a lot to say at the same time.
Yeah, it's
just the structure of our pod, I guess.
Yeah. To be honest, I was literally just looking at this like, wow, that's a lot of problems. Do you want to go for it?
Which part?
a ton
Yeah,
of it.
it's definitely limited. Stilted and jarring. Very true.
To be honest, if I go for each line, you just gotta spend the eternity just to listen to it.
Yeah. I would try to go a little bit faster. You know, so obviously Aang is like pretty pissed off. He's sad because like everybody's just telling him that it's his fault that the world is in war and all this stuff, which is like that's a choice, I guess. And they also have like a moment inside the Fire Navy ship where Aang kind of like teaches Katara the basics of like bending so that she can make her water bending a little bit better than it was before, which is okay. I didn't really hate that moment.
It is weird though, considering what else they do or don't do with the prospect of
Yeah,
bending.
Yeah.
yeah. Aang teaches Katara something about bending, which sounds fine. Like that could be an okay scene to have, but then it's like we don't continue that in the opposite direction for the rest of the season, which is bizarre. Which we'll get to. Yeah, then Zuko's ship arrives. Zuko, he arrives at the gate. He's like saying, "Bring in the airbender, and nobody will get hurt."
Bring me all your elderly. Oh, I know. Wrong live action.
Yeah.
Yeah, the movie.
To
Yeah,
be honest, I was just like, wait, what airbender? I don't know what the fuck are you talking about, yo? This is literally my first thought. It's like, just lie to him.
yeah, and then like, it's like, if the Fire Nation is here, that means you must be the Avatar. It's like, I mean, he's the Airbender, so
Yeah.
he's the last Airbender too. So you could probably assume he was in the Avatar or not. I don't know. It's kind of a nitpick, I guess. But yeah, Katara. So Katara basically encourages Sokka to go fight Zuko, which is kind of weird. Sokka does not need encouragement to fight a Fire Nation soldier, which is, I don't know, give her some agency, I guess. Yeah, so Sokka goes to fight.
Just have very little.
Yeah. I would literally just ask, like, wait, you don't even ask him why do you want to attack us? I mean, of course, aside from because he just assumed because they're evil, I guess.
Yeah, I honestly think that it got his second season.
Yeah,
it looks better.
Forgiveness that at least
it definitely looks better than the movie for the most part. Like, well, mostly, yeah, it does look better than the movie. I can't give the movie credit on.
To be fair, I mean, it has a larger budget.
Yeah, that's true. And he charged into battle without hesitation. Yeah, in the OG he did. Here they kind of had Katara talk to him, so that would get him to go and attack Zuko that way. Which is like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I guess it's just to give her something to say as encouragement. It's kind of a minor thing, but yeah. So they have a fight in a way. Zuko basically stomps him. Which is like, I also don't like that he used firebending to fight Sokka. Like, Zuko is like smart enough to know he does not need to use firebending all the time. Like, he could fight Sokka without firebending, and yet he does in the show.
Oh, they tried to. They tried to.
Probably could have killed him.
Oh, there's a part in the show was like, wait, what? You're suddenly a hand-to-hand master? Where did that came from?
Yeah, I don't know if you remember Operation from episode 1. Yeah, Zuko and Sokka just fight. Sokka gets like, he even gets like flames on his clothes and all that stuff. And then Aang comes in, he does his airbending shit, and then like they're just like fighting, and then it stops when they realize they're causing property damage. Which, all right. Yeah, so
at least he's better than Snyder's Superman with that.
Yeah, at least it didn't go that far. Yeah, so he he agrees to turn himself in without endangering the people. And yeah, he goes to the ship. He's in prison. He gets to talk to Iroh, which is different because Aang and Iroh did not really get to talk that much in the original show. If they do, it's like very limited. Which is like I have mixed feelings on this, like in general, because like people praise it as like one of the better additions to the show. Um, I feel like with Iroh, it's just like Aang is already sensing like he's not like a pure Fire Nation in heart, and it's like I guess, but that just seems like kind of like you're saying that because like we as the audience knows that Iroh is not a bad guy, so I feel like it's just like way too early to have this conversation. Questioning is like, do you believe in the Fire Nation, like ethics and all that stuff? So it's like I don't know. That's why I don't really like the change, in my opinion. Despite like I don't really mind it from a performance standpoint. I think both the Aang actor is pretty good and the Iroh actor is pretty good for the most part. My only thing about Iroh that I don't like too much is like I think he can sound a bit too modern at times, like in his dialogue. Like I feel like if he sounds more like wise, sage like, could have been a little bit better, but he's pretty good for the most part, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
He's he's that commanding officer in all those Mando shows. I don't know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's that guy.
He's the pilot.
Yeah, Zuko is trained his swords for a reason, so he doesn't need to, the blue spirit, correct. Yeah.
To be honest, it's like the show wants me to do homework. It's like, hey, have you seen the original show? It's like, no. It's like, okay, then you won't understand our show. It's like, well, thanks.
Yeah.
Personally feel like that.
Especially like a lot of Iroh's scenes, I would say, it's like you need to watch the original show to know what we're gonna do with him in this show. Same with Zuko. Pretty much all the Fire Nation characters.
Yeah. Do you know what the fuck the arrow said? A noble sentiment, Avatar, but at the end, for most of us, it doesn't matter how this war started. It only how it can end it. I was like, why the fuck would you say that to the Avatar? Just say that sorry about that. I don't believe you in any of those shit. You basically just said, fuck, I'm most likely one of those Fire Nation was killed your entire race.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like, and again, it's like I don't know what you achieve out of this. It's like you're having Aang sense like the good in him so early on. It's like, can we have that as a surprise, please?
No.
No, I guess not. Yeah, so you have that Aang's in prison, which you don't get to have that cool moment where Aang like pretty much beats everybody just by sneezing with his air power. Yeah. So he even uses his air power to grab the keys like the Force, which is like that's not how that works. All right, I guess. Yeah, he pulls keys off the Fire Nation soldier and he's able to unlock himself out for later. Katara and Sokka they go to rescue Aang. Yeah, they fly in Appa's to go to Zuko's ship. And Aang like looks around to find his glider, which instead he finds out that Zuko has like a notebook full with Avatar lore.
Well,
and yeah, he decides to steal it because he'll need to use that information to learn about the other avatars.
which is like, yeah, I guess. I mean, I won't do it in the open. I won't put my notes on the open, but yeah, it's your ship. I guess no one will expect to just look into your ship, so whatever.
Yeah.
Sure.
And it's like, so I guess, and also it's very convenient that Zuko has up to date, accurate information about the avatars, which are thousands of years old. But all right. But yeah.
Yeah.
So Aang looks to escape from the ship. He tries to fly away, but his glider gets damaged, which I was wondering is like, so did they damage it so that he cannot use the glider for the rest of the show? Because I'm pretty sure he doesn't have replacement gliders or anything like that. I mean, unless he can fix that. But no, he has it fixed like pretty much every other episode. So I guess it didn't matter. Nope. Yeah. Yeah. So they fly away. Onto Appa catches him, and Katara fires like Yazuko fires like another fireball at him, which Katara uses her newfound power to like get like a chunk of the ocean and like splash it over the fireball, which is like,
wow.
I know,
So what?
I know Aang taught you about the fundamentals of bending, but I'm pretty sure you can't do that at this point.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, to be honest, I also like Zuko should just keep shooting at them instead of just watching, staring as they go away for some reason.
Yeah, and so they also cut out the part where Aang falls into the water and he uses the Avatar state to pretty much landlock the boat, which I'm okay with them taking that one out. In the sense that like he does because of the episode time crunch, and they have to do the episode 3 plot line like right away, where he goes back to the Southern Air Temple, and then he goes back into the Avatar state. So it's like it wouldn't really make sense to do the Avatar state there from episode 2 and then do it again in episode 3 in that, because that's only like 2 minutes of screen time. So it's like that would be like very rushed to have those two things. So I understand why they cut that one out so they can keep the more important Avatar state in the Southern Air Temple when he's angry. But it's like at that point, it's like I don't. What's the point of going back there then? It's like, I mean, I guess just to see Gyatso's body. Now that he knows that everybody's dead, but it's like I don't know. It's just like I just feel like Katara and Sokka would have like not let him do that, but they don't have a spine, so
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So this is honestly really stupid. By the way, do you remember the explanation of Katara is the only person who knows airbending of the entire Southern Water tribe because it will attract attention? It was like, dude, if she does it in like in the heart of the city, who is gonna know that she can do water bending? This is like really shit reason of what to just have like Sokka be like, well, yeah, I will go look down on my sister for some reason, and just for some reason she has doubts and confidence issues.
yeah. Yeah, well, I know that Katara is the only waterbender in the Southern Tribe. That's because like most of the other waterbenders who are older than her, they all like went off to off to sea, and all that, to fight in the Earth Kingdom and all that. So there's that explanation. Also, there just isn't as many waterbenders in the Southern Water Tribe compared to the Northern Water Tribe. So that's the other thing as well. So that part is like, I mean, that part kind of like makes sense for us since like for like us that know the lore. But yeah.
For
Yeah,
me,
so
yeah. It's like a lot. They feel the black yourself dipshit. I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. All I have is just a bunch of questions. Like, oh, it's just gonna attract attention of who.
Yeah. The whole point of Aang going back to the Air Temple because he naively thought his family and remnants were still alive. He doesn't get how much time has passed even with Katara's warning. Yeah. Hence him discovering Gyatso's body was the thing that hits home for Aang since that was the last Airbender. his people were gone. Yeah, yeah, and it's like
Yeah.
it's really hard to replicate that mystery aspect from the OG. Since like we already have the hindsight of what happened, but then it's like I guess like the problem is like then we just do the same scene and if we don't get that, we just don't do the mystery part at all, especially for new audiences. So it's like I don't know. That just seems like a waste of an idea. And then I think the part that I hate the most is like there is no bond between Katara and Aang at all. Not like even from a friendship perspective. Like yeah, I understand like cutting out Katang, but you don't need Katang for this moment where Katara talks about when Aang is like angry and in the Avatar state. All of the all of the statues of previous avatars are lighting up too, and all this stuff because of his anger. Um, you don't have that conversation where Katara calms him down, saying, "It's like I know what it's like to lose someone that you loved, but you don't. You're not alone. You have a family. We're your family now."
They tried to do that. Do you know what she said?
Well, she didn't say anything.
No,
They had
No, no,
Gyatso
no.
talking in his
well,
head.
no, she said something. She said, "I understand because I lost someone in the war. Because I
Yeah,
also lost." It was like,
yeah, but
well,
this
Yeah,
is
that
she says it
said it
before. She
different.
says it before,
yeah, they
like
just
all
moved it. They just
yeah.
moved it beforehand.
Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. And that's my
Which is
problem. It's like they put this important conversation when he's angry to when he's flying on Appa and he's not angry and he has no context for anything
yeah.
else. But, and then it's like the whole point of the thing that calms him down is Gyatso reminding him that he's his friend. He will always be my friend,
Yeah,
which is like
wouldn't that make you? I thought that would
that would make
like
him more angry.
more angry. That you're not gonna see him. Yeah,
Yeah,
made no
yeah,
sense. That's how he got calmed down.
yeah. For some reason, that hearing Gyatso's voice makes him calm down rather than hearing Katara's voice, and it's like I don't care if like if you think that's like a like to not like to avoid Katang is like uh yeah no they don't do that either they
No,
don't do
do you
penguin
remember
sliding. The only
in
thing that you can say is that Katara is trying to learn waterbending but she isn't getting it, so Aang teaches her like the fundamentals of bending is like you need to give something in order to receive something, like that's how airbending works, waterbending should work the same way. So like that's what makes her like get a little bit better at waterbending. So that's like the only friendship kind of scene that they have, but I think it's really weak compared to, as you mentioned, the OG had the penguin sledding, they had scenes like that, teaching the waterbending, things like that. Then obviously they played like a game of like airball as well
Yeah.
in the
So,
OG. So yeah,
do you,
they had things to like bond them as friends before they finally, that emotional scene where she has to calm him down, reminding him that he's not alone. He has friends that can
oh,
take care of him,
oh,
like a
fuck.
family. So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, do you remember the finale? What happens? Is that why they don't have it here as well?
Which part?
When he's in the, I'm trying not to get too far ahead, even though I talk about the finale. But like when Aang is in the spirit form, the ocean spirit form,
Yeah.
they have her trying to talk him down there.
Yeah. Which
Is
is like
that why it's not in
that's
this
kind of
part? Even though it was pretty much
maybe
pointless
to
for her
not
to
repeat
talk there.
themselves. Maybe not to repeat themselves.
Right.
But like I feel like the downside with that is like it's like acting like Aang will always be in that koi fish unless he doesn't get out.
Unless, yeah, her saying that to him, and that was pretty pointless. But
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's kind of
Uh,
weak. That's what I'm saying.
oh,
yeah, it's
yeah.
very.
Wait, what's next? I was like, what? Is that supposed to be also? That's also in. Is this episode 2 now? Fuck.
No. That was the finale.
That was the feeling when I mentioned.
Yeah.
Jumped ahead.
Yeah. We pretty much finished the episode
Yeah.
1.
Yeah.
Episode 1, Aang. Yeah, they pretty much condensed 3 episodes and then part of like the flashback episode into this.
Mm-hmm.
So quite a lot of material that leads us into Warriors episode 2.
Fuck. What is the first thing? All right. continuing from the last scene.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
he
he's
doesn't.
like, oh my god, there's so much shit here from the opening scene. Aang looks through Zuko's notebook. He sees a chapter on Kyoshi. It's like, hey, maybe we can go to Kyoshi Island and see what's up.
Yeah,
So
do you remember the monkey?
the monkey,
Momo.
oh
Yeah,
Momo,
yeah,
yeah.
the lemur.
Momo. They got Momo first.
Right,
Yeah.
And it's like, do you know that just the scene before? It's like, oh fuck, it's so sad. I'm so sad. Kyoshi died. I see his dead body, and it's like, oh fuck, Momo, yay, happy. And then they just went straight to, oh fuck, I'm so sad that Kyoshi died. What the fuck is this?
Was it where Whiplash? Yeah, because in the animation, they found Momo first. So yeah,
they found Momo first, and then Momo ran off, and then Momo ran into like the area where Gyatso's body was. That's how Aang found Gyatso's body, found out the genocide, because Katara and Sokka kept trying to hide the
the truth from it.
Fire Nation helmets or like anything remnants of the war, just to protect Aang's innocence, which that didn't last very long, obviously. So, but yeah, I mean, but that's kind of the other thing is like that's like kind of like Katara's nature as well. Again, Katara's just missing a lot of her personality.
Cut because it was problematic or something.
Yeah, being a mother figure is problematic.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I definitely agree with this too. Book one gets a lot of crap, especially it's the narrative before the storm, but I find it underrated because of how it establishes characters. Yeah, that's my thing. It's like I'm fine with season one being considered as the weakest season for a lot of people because obviously season 2 and season 3 has the benefit of you've already got the world established, you already know how the rules work for the most part. So now we can just focus on the story, whereas like season 1 has to focus on the establishing characters plus the story. So it's like, yeah, I can understand why people find it weak, but like I still think season 1 is really good. I binge watched all 20 episodes like in 2 days because like I really love it's just very good to watch. And yeah, if the series is more focused on plot, fine. Keep the characterizations intact. And One Piece did that.
We don't do that here.
Yeah.
Dude,
I don't even know what to say about that. It's like it's not like they didn't try. Just it's really shit.
Yeah, and that's always been my thing too. It's like if you're gonna change narrative, like okay, I mean narratives can affect characterization here and there, but if you're gonna change the characterization too, it's like what's the point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Kyoshi Island.
So Kyoshi Island, yeah. So it looks into Zuko's notebook. Decides to go to Kyoshi Island to see if he can learn more about the Avatar state.
Yeah, not to write the Unagi because that's dumb kids show stuff.
Yeah, which I understand that, like cutting it out because like I do think like in that aspect it's like it was very convenient that like he does the koi fish like the Unagi thing and that just so happens to be Kyoshi Island. It's like I understand that. Trying to avoid that streamline, though we can't have fun though. That's a no-no. So. Yeah. Yeah. So first off, a few things. So he talks about. So he has a conversation with Katara, saying he's so Operation. You would know this from season 2. He's already being scared of his avatar state, thinking it's very powerful. It could be very dangerous. He could hurt somebody if he's in it. And it's like, that's a season 2 plot line. He doesn't have that feelings in season 1. And it's very important to understand that there's a very big difference for the avatar state. But yeah, like they're already introducing that now. Like he was angry about Gyatso's death. And he got in the avatar state. He's worried now that he could hurt someone. I don't know. It's a dumb addition.
I don't know what to say about this. It's like how to introduce
the last dumb addition in this episode.
Oh yeah, So they just have some light just shine on Aang. It's like, oh yeah, he's the avatar. I was like, how does that work?
I mean, how his tattoos glow up?
Oh, you mean at this when they got at the statue?
Yeah, I was like, wait, yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like, oh wait, it just does that. It's like I guess, fuck it, why not? Why don't you do it sooner?
Did, yeah, I'm not too sure. Was that Kiyoshi doing that, or like through Aang, or did the light just happen to match up? I don't know. It's probably like she was doing that. I don't know.
It's one of those things where it's kind of like a spider sense in a way, like where he goes in front of the Kyoshi statue and then like they both like light up. It's like, oh my god, it's like, well, it's the Miles Morales Spider-Man thing in first Spider-Verse where the two Spider-Mans they realize they both have spider powers. It's kind of like that.
Yeah,
kind of
Makes
stupid.
sense.
But yeah. Yeah, so they go to the island. They try to go into the statue, but then all the Kyoshi warriors, they are, they capture all of them, and then it's like, but he's the Avatar. It's like, you're not the Avatar. The Avatar hasn't been around for over 100 years. And then then Kyoshi's thing lights up, and then he lights up, and it's like, oh yeah, we have the Avatar. So yeah, then they bring him back to town. Apparently, this town is run by Suki's mother, which was not a character
It's
in
in
the
the
original
original
show.
Yeah.
I really don't know what the point of her is, if I'm going to be honest.
oh, right.
Yeah,
We'll see the show takes a different direction with Suki.
Yeah. It's like I don't even know what to say about this. It's like, oh fuck, Suki's mom is just, oh fuck, we can't have visitors. Why? Because they might be dangerous. But then what is
Some
that?
brain
Yeah, that's why you have
tension.
security. There's like, but he's the Avatar. It's like, but he might be dangerous. Well, literally at that point, just
I think they mean is like he can bring danger to
that help bring
bring the danger to their island, basically. Which is fair. I think it's fair reasoning. Though, they just don't really go anywhere with it. It's like, all right, so I'll. But then Aang has like a sappy speech about friendship and why it's so important. And then it's like, all right, fine, I can let you stay for 2 days.
No. Do you know what's stupid? It's like Suki was like, oh fuck, maybe they have
Suki had to.
Yeah, he's the Avatar. It's like,
Oh,
how can we turn our back on him? It's like, wait, and then she was like, yeah, why not? I was like, what the fuck? Why don't you just think of that already? Wasn't that on your
Suki's
mind?
like, no. And then Suki's also talking about like, it's like I never get to explore the world. It's like, what does that have to do with anything? It's like these guys are travelers, and we should open our arms to travelers. I don't get to travel the world, but we can always let somebody come here. It's like, what does this have to do with anything?
And he
It's
was
like
like,
he's also the Avatar. It's like, oh, I guess that is very sound logic. So yeah.
And then she was like, oh fuck, you're so kind-hearted. It's like, what the fuck? Why would you say that?
Your kindness can get you killed. It's like, which is like, why are we treating Suki like this? It's like, you're okay. I don't know. There's a lot to say about Suki, yet there's not a lot to say about Suki at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So meanwhile, Zuko, he's angry that he lost his notebook. Iroh goes to a nearby village, and apparently, they just find Commander Zhao, there. And just to be clear, nobody knows who this is. Zuko did not know who he was. Iroh did not know who he was. He even had to ask, "What's your name?" Commander Zhao. It's like, what? You're telling me General Iroh does not know Commander Zhao?
I guess not.
I guess
Played
not.
by the Spike guy from X-Men: The Last Stand, which
Yeah.
is kind of amusing.
Yeah, I also no. He's the guy. He's the one of the characters from the Inhuman show. Do you remember?
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Yeah. He's the.
He's the guy who can find weakness in everything, like calculate stuff.
And then he dies like
No,
because
he
of
doesn't.
that. He doesn't
No.
die. It's like
He got hit in his head too. So calculation gone wrong.
Haywire, yeah.
Yeah. God.
Yeah, I remember that guy. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And
Here's my other comment, just from an acting perspective. I really hate Zhao's voice in this. He
yeah,
talks like, I don't know what you're trying to say here. He's like
yeah.
he's talking like a weird like southern kind of character. Is like I don't know. He just talks super weird, especially in the like the Blue Spirit episode, where he's giving the communist speech essentially. I don't.
Mhm.
He talks super weird. I don't know. I don't know what this choice was, especially when you compare him to Jason Isaacs from the original voice. I don't know. It's just what a bizarre direction. Um.
Uh, a
Yeah.
fun fact. Do you know the first scene of the Inhuman show? It stars like they kill off the what's it called, the M Night version of Katara in the first scene of the Inhuman show.
Wow.
Yeah, they have the actress from the Avatar movie, and they're like, yeah, they just kill her off.
Damn. That's elite level hating.
Mhm.
Yeah, so somebody on Zuko's crew slips out to Zhao that they found a flying cow. So Zhao goes off to Kyoshi Island because of that. Um so yeah, that's kind of their subplot while Zuko tries to rush out to find them. That's basically their subplot. Uh, yeah. So Katara goes to a river. She practices waterbending from the scroll. So if anybody's wondering, how does she
Yeah.
have the scroll right now? They didn't do the pirates episode. No, because apparently Gran had the scroll
Just had it the whole
entire
time.
What the fuck? What? I don't even what scroll. I don't even remember that scroll. That's a thing.
Yeah, so the water scroll is like, so it was pretty important in the OG show because like that gives Katara like a way to like properly start training.
It just gave her so
Zhao,
much hope.
how would you describe Zhao?
Oh, he sounds like Gerard Butler in what's it called, Gods of Egypt.
Oh
Like,
my god.
yeah, it's like, hi, I am Commander Zhao. Can you listen to my every command? I just can't stop laughing.
One day the Fire Nation will rule the entire world. Like he talks super weird. That's the problem. It's like Zhao is not that bad in terms of like the adapted characters. Like I'll give him that like to an extent. I can't take him seriously because he sounds so goofy.
People cast him.
He doesn't, in terms like how he's written, more or less the same, but yeah, he just does not have that presence.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Jason
Yeah.
Isaac voice acting.
If you want me to understand his motivation at the end, I was like, why? God, I don't know how to unpack this. It's because it's horseshit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But speaking about that scroll, yeah. So the scroll was pretty important because it teaches Katara waterbending. Now the difference was in the OG show is like they went to like a pirate isle, like a pirate land or something like that. Like it's run by pirates basically, and Katara steals it without paying for it from the pirates, and she's like, like, it's like that was one of her flaws as well. It's like obviously the justification is like the pirates stole it, so it's like, how's it wrong if I steal?
No, it's because it just gave her so much hope. Don't you remember the play?
Yeah, right. Yeah, but here Gran is like, he's oh yeah, speaking of hope, they just have Katara instantly say the line about how Aang represents hope for people, which is like it's just not earned because like Aang and Katara doesn't bond like they do in the OG. So everything they say is like, I don't believe you.
Yeah, they just say it's a lot of, oh, we are friends. It's like, shut up. I want to see that you guys are friends.
Yeah, it's like, and there's like, oh my god, Momo is sitting on top of Sokka's head. Now everybody's laughing. That means we're friends. I mean, no, you can do a little bit more than that.
Like, no, there's a difference. Do you know everyone does it? If you just go down to a bar and just like, hey, I poured drinks on your face, and we all laughed.
Yeah. But yeah, so Gran had the scroll in this adaptation, which is like I understand why they did this change too, because like they're just not they can't dedicate enough time to like have Katara have the scroll like look for the scroll, steal it, and then do a plot like that. So it's just better to have Gran have it the entire time. It's just like it's just so super convenient that we cut out her characterization for the sake of fulfilling this plot point from the OG season. Very cool. I very much appreciated that.
I don't know. It's not even cut away something like the genesis of the air nomad. That's super important. I don't know what it adds so much things. I just could not believe the amount of
We
things
also
it
needed
adds.
20 minutes to take up the time just to do that.
Yay.
Yeah. So Aang and Kyoshi are having a conversation. Aang, meditates to talk to Kyoshi, which so they make this rule saying that like Aang he has to be in the temple of the Avatar in order to talk to that Avatar specifically. So like he does it with Kyoshi, he does it again with Roku, he does it with Karuk later as well. Some of his previous avatars. So I get why they did this, but I feel like it's going to be a problem in future episodes if they keep following this particular rule and not follow like the spirit world. He can also talk to the avatars in the spirit world too. I don't know, Operation, if you had a point on that one.
No, nothing really for that.
No, to be honest, I just want to talk about how creepy Suki is.
Well, I want to talk about like what's wrong with Kyoshi. First off, Kyoshi's like fucking like murder spree. It's like you just gotta do it, man. If you kill somebody, who cares, man? You just gotta do it. Even though Kyoshi's like, it's like, what if I'm in the Avatar state? And then they repeat the conversation again, where like Aang is like saying again and again, is like, what if the Avatar state is dangerous? It's like you're just gonna have to do the risk and all this stuff. It's like I don't know, like they keep repeating themselves in this dialogue. And Kyoshi, well, I appreciate that they remember that Kyoshi's 7 feet tall, so I'll give him that. But yeah, we could talk about Suki now. Yeah. So Suki is wait, we also forgot that part. Katara, she's like practicing with the scroll, and then Aang is there, and Aang is he's like, she asks him like, you need to learn how to waterbend too, to be the Avatar, you need to learn how to master all the 4 elements. And he's like, nah, maybe later.
Maybe between seasons.
Maybe between seasons, yeah, because he doesn't learn water bending at all.
Yay.
Book 1 water.
Very weird choice.
Yeah. I'll get back to you on that comment, Neil. Yeah. So Aang does not learn waterbending in this entire season. Like they do like a water fight, but it's like they're literally splashing water on each other with their physical hands.
So why does he have to get to the North Pole? Well, we'll see.
Yeah. So I'll skip that so we can finally talk about Suki. What did they change about Suki Operation?
I was like, fucking. There's like something really funny about her. You have no idea how funny that is.
Yeah, so first off, we start off with Sokka shirtless, and
no, not even that. Just like, okay,
what things that they do?
Yeah, that's just the first scene. Why does she want to fuck him in the first scene already?
Yeah, it just immediately she just makes like
yeah. Man.
Yeah, so in their efforts to be like, oh, Sokka, you can't be sexist, they just reduce Suki to this immediately obsessed, creepy stalker for him. Thanks a lot.
And again, my thing about this too is like I understand, like maybe going in a direction like this. Like Suki is not used, like she's kind of sheltered, like she doesn't really know what it's like to see like a boy of her age, like and like all that stuff, and she doesn't know what to do. It's like, I understand that aspect. It's just super ironic that we changed Sokka's aspect of him being sexist, so that she could follow sexist stereotypes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can't give you credit for like something where you took away somebody else's characterization just to make her be the creepy one instead. And it's like, again, even if I can understand what the thought process was with Suki's character.
Yeah, like so that's the first scene. Just like, okay, fuck, I want to follow you around. It's like, okay, then you can just now talk about the scene that you want to talk about.
Yeah, they also, they kind of do some of the stuff that they talked about in the OG. Like, he knows how to fight, he knows how to do that stuff, and they kind of like copy each other in a way. He also shows her how to use his boomerang. That's not a sex joke, I promise.
But you know what's really funny? Stalking him.
Yeah, so he's changing, and she's looking through the peephole, and Sokka sees that he's trying to cover up, and she's like, I don't know what to do, so she walks off. And then and then they go into the dojo. Suki's like training the other Kyoshi warriors, which that's a bit of a change too, considering that Suki is like the teacher and she's not doing the training with them. I don't know. I guess that was a choice. Compared to what in the original, Suki would also do the training with everybody else. So I don't know. It just seemed like, I don't know, just for the sake of visual differences between the characters. Yeah, but then Sokka comes in. Sokka is like kind of like looking through the window himself, but instead he's watching all the girls like practice doing their moves. I promise that's not a sex joke. And then Suki ends the class early so that they can basically do some moves. I promise that's not a sex joke.
You're not that far off.
I'm not that far off because it goes to the point where like they're holding each other. They're like literally Sokka falls on top of Suki, and then Suki rolls over and makes herself on top of Sokka. And it's like, promise, like it's like we're talking about going into Game of Thrones territory. Like, are we gonna do it now? Like, but no, we didn't do that. So yeah, there was a bunch of wrestling foreplay, and it didn't go there. Go ahead.
I was watching the scene. I was like, "What the fuck am I watching?" It's like you're just this girl who just want to fuck him because he's awkward. He sucks. He just, to be honest, I don't even know why. Basically, he sexually assaulted her. Basically, he sexually touches her illegal, and he just want to fuck him.
Well, it's like, is it this easy? Sokka didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Sokka didn't do anything, and Suki is giving all of the riz to him. It's like, I don't understand, man. It's crazy. But I think we should probably go back. Yeah. The original series had Suki disliking Sokka's arrogance, which was great. It built the relationship with the humility on Sokka's part, and Suki appreciating it and willingness to learn. Yeah, and then the major, I think the most important part of that too, it's like it doesn't go into like a full-blown sexual relationship, because if you remember, he's supposed to have like somewhat of that with Yue later in the season. So it's like they're going way too hard on like this whole aspect with Suki and Sokka, which is really weird because like Suki and Sokka don't really develop until season 2, season 3, mostly season 3. So it's like, I don't know. I find this entirely weird for this kind of aspect to have this much prominence in this episode alone. So yeah. And yeah, that's kind of my other thing too. It's like, so Suki already takes off her makeup.
Takes off her makeup.
Yeah, and I promise it's not a sex joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she takes off her makeup, which was a really big deal in the OG show when Sokka finds Suki and he doesn't recognize her because like she was not wearing makeup at one time.
Yeah.
So yeah. yeah, and then we talked about. So yeah, that's.
To
So
be
yeah,
honest, everything about Suki just like, oh fuck, I want you to fuck me immediately. It's like, what the fuck? This is my entire impression of her, because she never
which
met
is
a
like
guy.
that would be amazing. Like
Yeah.
let's not put that out of there. It would be amazing, but yeah, that's pretty much what she is now. Because Sokka doesn't learn anything. That's pretty much the biggest criticism is like Sokka
Mhm.
does not learn anything in this episode, which is the episode where he has the most to learn from, because he stops being sexist in the OG show. But here, he's not learning anything. He just has a girl that wants to fuck him, which is like, again, lucky
So-
bastard. But still, yeah. But like again, like the most important part is like Suki talks to Sokka and Suki do talk a little bit, in the sense that like he wants to be a leader like his dad, but he feels like insecure. Which again, thank you for just telling me and not showing me that. And then with Suki, she's like saying like I want to explore the world. And then secondly, it's also weird as fuck because like her mother is like in the earshot and she can see like her daughter is like touching this guy that she just met. And the mother is
she's
very aware
okay.
that the mother is very aware that her daughter is horny for Sokka.
Yeah, I was like, this is not even like subtle or anything. It's like, wow, the most obvious shit you can think of.
Yeah, it's like it got to a point where it's like where she's saying like I want to explore the world. I want to go on an adventure and stuff like that. And it's like it's so much of the point where it's like I feel like it's one of those plots where it's like it makes sense for the mom to at the end of this episode to say you should go with them. You should go on that adventure. You should go and explore the world. But that doesn't happen. She stays behind like she does in the OG show. But like here, it's like you do so much of a setup. Like it feels like Suki's going to be on Team Gang now. I don't know, but like that's a season 3 conversation. But like I don't know, it's just the way that this episode is structured. It's like probably she didn't go behind because like the mom was like you're gonna fuck that guy. So it's like so I want you to stay here. It's like fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, again, like Suki just has way too much going on, yet nothing is happening at the same time. Yeah, and speaking of which, I guess we can go.
Yeah, that's just it's like
We could go back to Kyoshi. So yeah, Kyoshi's whole point is that she's assertive, but only when the folks she loves are threatened or at risk. She would do whatever it took to protect the world, but she ain't a monster. See, the thing is, like, I feel like this show fell in trap with the memes of Kyoshi, like how she's like the murderous one, like she's the one because of the whole Chin the Conqueror thing, which I understand where that concept came from, but like I feel like the showrunners just went with, oh, like those memes must be accurate. So, yeah, so now she's like murder happy.
Yeah.
And yeah, and what she does is like she touches Aang's forehead and she shows him. So that's what Operation was saying. She shows him visions of the future that the Northern Water Tribe is going to be attacked by the Fire Nation, and you need to go up there to stop it. So,
Wait, remember that for later.
And he's given visions of the future. That is why he goes to the Northern Water Tribe. He does not go because
the whole part of the first season.
Yeah.
You know, I love script writing. It's so fun.
Yeah, so he goes up to the Water Tribe not to learn waterbending, just to protect it from the Fire Nation attack. Which is like, oh, like doesn't that sound fine though? It's like, isn't that what he would want to do? Yes, but the problem is that he can see the future with visions. How much more can you?
Yeah.
What are the extents of these visions?
It's not like when Roku said the comet is coming, like gave him knowledge. No, like he sees it. You see exactly what happens in episode 8.
Yeah, it's like he sees the future events that this is going to happen. You need to be up there.
Yeah,
and that's why. Like, whereas like Roku tells Aang about the Sozin's comet in the show, but that's not a future thing. That's a fate thing. It's like
not a future fiction. Yeah, it's the comet is coming. Yeah.
The comet is coming. You need to prepare.
Like he showed him the finale.
Yeah. So it's like, it's like if Roku just touches forehead and it's like, oh, you're gonna find this magic sea lion, sea turtle.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, but like,
You're
Yeah.
back on
We're
work
not there yet.
to get your avatar state back.
yeah, that would be terrible.
Yeah, it will be very terrible.
Yeah. So so Kiyoshi's like, you know what, you're being such a bitch. So why don't you let me take over? And yeah, Kiyoshi just
Because
goes
Xiao
into
shows up.
Kyoshi just goes into Aang's body as Kyoshi herself, and she like pretty much annihilates everybody. Yeah, Katara was like
Yeah.
saw Zuko was coming after him. First off, my first question is like, why didn't Kyoshi just kill Zuko right there and then? But he's like,
Yeah.
oh, you can't do that because like because the plot says so.
Mhm.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Kyoshi just pretty much mollywops the Zhao and his army. They put all of their VFX money into this.
Yeah. By
Into
the way,
this
do
one.
you remember how genius that they found out where Angus? Because someone just spotted they are going to Kyoshi Island. It's like they didn't specify who is the person. I was like, how did they spot it? Even though there's a
They
fucking
saw
air
the
flight.
flying
I
cow.
saw a flying cow heading near there, so
It was like,
Yeah.
wait, and how did they get a report to the fire to General Zhao for some reason? It was like, well,
So they say Zuko's general. I mean, Zuko's lieutenant just like said it.
Lieutenant G.
He just assumed that Zhao was on their team. But Zhao has his own ulterior motives, I guess. So yeah, that's pretty much the extent of that. It doesn't make sense. Just to be clear. Yeah. So yeah, Kyoshi mollywops the Fire Nation. They all run away, and then goes back to normal. So yeah, it's not. So yeah, Sokka does not learn anything. He doesn't learn to not be sexist yet. He just got a cool girlfriend, I guess.
Yep.
Without working for it.
I mean, the only thing he learns is like, oh fuck, he can fight hand to hand now. Yeah, that's writing.
Yeah. No, this is the part that fucking killed me. It's like Suki literally tells Sokka, "Thank you for showing me the world." And it's like, dude,
What the fuck?
Suki had an arc. First off, it's not even an arc really, but it's like, how fucking bizarre is it to have Suki the one first? And another thing too, it's like she had to learn the world from a man. How ironic, based on these showrunners and what they were talking about in terms of sexism and femininity and all that stuff. So it's like, it's really fucking ironic you had Suki learn what the world is like because of a man. So it's like, all right,
That she just met.
Yeah, so yeah, and then they do a full blown kiss, which is like, again, compared to in the original, it was just a cheek kiss, and it's like, okay, which is like, it might not seem a big deal, but like, you have to remember Yue was Sokka's true love originally for a reason. So it's like, now here you put so much emphasis on Suki or Suka, which is like supposed to be more of a bigger deal in season 3. So I don't really know why they went about it this way. But I guess it's just to soup up Suki for this, which is also weird because like you're gonna get a season 2, which I guess at that time they didn't know if it was confirmed. So they just wanted to kind of put as much Suki material as they can, just in case if like they don't get it back. But I don't know, like, I don't know. There's just some things like I can't really understand from a production standpoint.
Yeah. By the way, do we skip past the fact that Kyoshi can literally just come back from the dead and kill everyone during the Avatar state?
Yeah, and that's my other problem too. It's like you pretty much have they pretty much have like Kyoshi come up to pretty much fight for Aang in the Avatar state and all that stuff, which to the point where later Aang goes to the water temple and he pretty much asks Karuk, can you just do that? What like Kyoshi did earlier, like she took over my body and like fought for me. Can you do that for me? It's like, God damn, Aang is such a bitch. but we'll get to that.
But to be fair, I was like, even that was like, yeah, even that was like, wait, what? Yeah, why don't you? Good question.
Yeah. So in the OG show, he did Aang did like go into Kyoshi's body because like Kyoshi had to explain herself on trial, because of like the whole Chin the Conqueror thing, and then he also like Roku took over his body, to scare away the Fire Nation sages and the Fire Nation soldiers in the Fire Temple. But and they clearly say that
He was able to do that during the eclipse. I mean, the
during the
solstice.
eclipse, the solstice. So he was still using the last bit of energy he had from his avatar power to use that eclipse energy to use Roku to scare them off, and then that's why he did that. Then obviously the koi fish, but that was like Aang himself doing that. So that there were explanations as to
spirit.
Yeah, there was explanations as to why Aang can't just like go into another avatar's body and like let them take control. In the OG show, here it's like Kyoshi just does it straight up, and then
It's supposed to be because he's by the statue.
No,
but
so
they don't explain that.
Yeah, Kyoshi's basically like he's being a bitch too much. Like you're bitching so much, and you're being attacked right now. You don't even realize it. So let me just take over. That's basically what she's saying, and like she just does it. And then Karuk, when he asked Karuk to do it, like in episode 8, he's like, I can't do that because I severed my connection because of the spirit world because I fucked up. Which I know what that is referencing to, but yeah, that like they gave that explanation as to why Karuk can't do it because Karuk is like impure, or something like that as an avatar. Which is like it's a lot to explain in little time.
Yeah.
But again, my problem is just Aang is a bitch.
And also like by the way,
and not in the sensible way. Like he's doing the parts from season 2 and 3 in this season alone, whereas like previous like OG Aang is just not scared. Like that's kind of the point. So I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's such a weird show. Yeah, there's a lot of things. Just like I didn't even mention like how bizarre the distance play it's in this show. It's like it just confuses me. It's like because the Fire Nation can basically teleport.
Yeah. There are some problems. I guess like the OG show kind of has that too. But the thing about the OG show is like they kind of got a pattern as to where they're finding the avatar. Like he keeps heading into areas in the northern direction. So it's like that's when they finally conclude, okay, he's going to the north to learn waterbending. So that's how they were able to figure it out eventually. Though earlier in season 1, it's like there are moments where Zuko just shows up. He just happens to be in the same area as the gang, and it's like that part could be kind of iffy too in terms of like how they end up seeing each other. But I mean, in other cases, like they do have explanations as to like, oh, they see like a battle above. They see the sky bison in the air, stuff like that. So I feel like with this show, it's like we don't have that good of a sense of the geography of the area, so it's like it's not as clean, I would say, compared to the animated show.
Yeah, to be honest, I just put it lightly.
And then Zhao writes a letter to Ozai, saying that the Avatar's back and it's bad news, and that's the end of the episode.
What a nice show. I want to kill myself. It's not just kidding. I haven't killed myself yet. I haven't seen the original show.
Yeah. And then episode 3.
Episode 3. Yeah.
I hate this episode too.
If you thought we were cramming stuff and cramming things before, oh boy.
That's mostly in episode 4, but yeah, this is also here too.
This
is
this
pretty
yeah
bad.
this plot because this like plot goes to episode 3 and 4.
All right, so
Yeah.
let me get this straight. I fucking hate Azula in the show.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth. I'm not. I have no problems with you.
What?
Met
What?
with you.
The
What?
actress who plays Azula. I have no
What?
problems with her. But my God, I hate the fucking discourse of like, oh, it's like she got abused just like Zuko. Like we need to see that. We need to understand. Like she's not all that evil kind of thing. You need to understand her perspective, dude. Sometimes you don't need to give a prequel to fucking villains. You don't have to do that. And secondly, even if you do, she can still be a terrifying, evil little shit, and you can still like tell the
And
story just the way that she went about it.
by the way, do you remember?
Yes,
I'll
go ahead.
play something in the M Night show, M Night movie. And do you remember the scene that fucking like Ozai burn Zuko's face? Asula just laughs at. It's like, oh my god, that Asula just straight up laughs. It's like, okay, that tells you a lot about Asula in that moment than in this show alone.
Yeah, yeah,
That's true.
Yeah.
Again, like the show is just
Yeah.
Azula. First, of all, Azula is taking a lot of attributes of Zuko and putting it to her character. So it's like, what's the point of Zuko?
Yeah. And by the way, that's a fucking M Night movie. I didn't rewatch the movie, but I remember that moment very clearly. It was like, dude,
Yeah.
it's like it's like the easiest shit you can do. It's like if M Night got that right. I was like,
Yeah.
how do you set her up as an evil son of a bitch that is gonna absolutely good setup for next season, while also be a challenge for Zuko that you can tell was like, oh, just have him laugh at him when he got his face burned by his father.
Yeah. Aaron Ehas is a lot of like I know like for Korra as well, he wasn't there really either. So like you could definitely tell that he had a lot of the presence as to what made Avatar what it was. And yeah, there are sympathetic villains. Not every bad guy needs it. It's like the thing is like I do wonder if they really thought that we can't replicate Zuko again. So we need to do this. We need to try something with Azula. I understand why they would want to do that, but but like again, you don't have to. Like, here's my thing: how Azula ends, I don't see her being that ruthless bitch for the
Not
next
in the
two
slightest.
seasons. Like, I don't see that. Like, she does not have that aura. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was
Like
thinking they were doing the since it's a prequel that she becomes that, but still by the end, no.
I still don't feel that. Like she's
Yeah.
not scary. She does not like
No.
give any kind of like and like again and then oh my god, like Ty Lee and May fucking like
they're just there.
we're just there to say like, oh, you're perfect. You're the best there ever was.
Wait, what?
No,
Those characters are in the show? I thought they're made up.
oh my god,
Yeah,
like
no, they're from the cartoon, yeah, but
Well,
yeah, they are
just
from the
not-
cartoon, but like
it's-
they're just not any of there's no characteristics to them. It's like first off,
No.
like I'm pretty sure you never see like any of the card throwing the Psy throwing stuff from May or like the
no, there's no
gymnastics from
action
Ty Lee.
with either of them. No, they just stand
Yeah.
around.
They just stand around and praise Azula. God, it's horrible exposition. Like I feel really bad for these actresses. Like it's so bad.
yeah.
Because like every time they cut to the Fire Nation, it's like, please, can we go back to the other stuff? And even though I don't like it, but like, God, this stuff sucks in the Fire Nation. But we'll get to that. Yeah. So Azula, she there's like a coup happening against the Emperor, Fire Lord Orza, and they're like, and then Azula's there in disguise. It's like, yeah, we need to do that. Like the Fire Nation, they're bitches. We need to deal with that. And then they go all the way to the fire temple, the Fire Kingdom, and then Ozai's like, you made it. I gotta commend you for coming this far, but you guys, you can't really explain to me what loss is or something like that,
Was
which
like
is
was this
kind
like
of offhand about maybe his wife, but
yeah, they didn't explore anything
They
about
take
it.
some different
Yeah,
directions.
then-
with Ozai.
yeah. Then he reveals that the girl was his daughter Azula, and then Ozai kills the group. Yeah, and then Azula. So okay. Then he tells Azula that Zhao has found the avatar. Zuko has found the avatar, and this makes Azula panic because she believes that she lost her chance to the throne to Zuko now because of this. So Ozai is intentionally making Azula feel like shit and propping up Zuko in order to motivate her. That's basically her arc. So it's like, oh my god, Azula is just a bizarre character in that sense. Yeah, May and Tiley had their own agency on top of being with Azula. Yeah, exactly.
Oh fuck! I don't even think they are character. I don't even believe that they are in the original show. That's how bad they are.
Yeah,
That's fair.
And man, so yeah, Azula is just getting paranoid because like Ozai suggesting that Zuko's better than him, which is better than her. And it's like, man, isn't that the point of Zuko for Azula's relationship? Like, Zuko feels like shit because Azula's better than him. I don't know. It's like we're just flipping these arcs for these characters now. But yeah, that's pretty much the Fire Nation stuff in this episode. There's a lot of other stuff in this episode because they crammed like 3 episodes into this. 3 very different plot lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they go to Omashu.
Yeah, I can read.
Yeah, go ahead.
Which, by the way, do you know the first scene? They fucking kills a random person in the front gate of Omashu. They just literally just toss a this person into water because they don't have idea or something. I don't fucking know. I was like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
What if he just left it at his home or something?
Yeah. So apparently the gang was trying to go in, but like apparently you need to have ID to get into Omashu. So first off, we don't hear anything from Aang about him experiencing Omashu. We don't hear anything about Aang like saying, "Oh yeah, I know Omashu. I know my friend Boomy there. I met him there." I say, "Oh, I love the mail carriage system." Like he doesn't do any of that. They just go to Omashu because it's a pretty place. So yeah, they just show up there out of nowhere.
Well, to be fair, they did try to explain because Avatar Aang's like, "Oh fuck, I thought Boomy died." Because it's 100 years in the next episode.
Yeah, but that's the next episode, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they fly near the Omashu. They want to enter the city. This guy on a cart, he's like, why don't you pretend to be turnip farmers and I can help you get in? So yeah, he pretends Qatar is his wife, which is a little weird in my opinion.
Yeah, I was like,
Sokka's his mute brother.
I mean, do you know what's a better plan? Just put a fucking towel on top of them, a blanket.
Yeah, I don't even know where Aang went.
Guess he just hid in the stuff in the cart. I don't know. Yeah,
I'm not sure. Yeah, so the reason why they went there is because Aang saw a glider in the air, so he thought there was an airbender there. It turns out that was Teo, and you guys might be wondering, Teo, why is he in Omashu? Wasn't he in the Northern Air Temple? Yes, but no, actually. Yeah, so they put Teo in the mechanist. Unity, you could say who was playing the mechanist.
Hey, Abba from Community. I remember him. That was a much better show than whatever fuck I'm watching right now.
Yeah, and so Teo and the mechanist are living in Omashu. And that turnip guy, by the way, that was Jet. Yeah. So, Jet and the Freedom Fighters are also in Omashu. There's a lot more stuff here in Omashu too. By the way.
Oh fuck!
Which we'll see next episode. Yeah.
Oh my god!
Next episode.
I can really tell they're not supposed to be in Omashu because being in Omashu fucked up their entire motivation.
Yes, that is a very good point. Yeah, the Freedom Fighters, they So if you remember the Freedom Fighters in the OG show, the Freedom Fighters, they basically they're a group of orphans who like to mess with the Fire Nation, you know, tribe that is nearby, and all that stuff because they were made orphans because of the Fire Nation. So Jet's whole sense of like revenge and like trying to take over, like trying to have victories
Just get back at
for
them.
the orphans just to get back at them, to the point where like he considered drowning in the entire Fire Nation village via the exploding the dam. But yeah, Omashu is not the place to do this.
Yeah,
There is a reason why they were in a random dainty forest and not in a very highly respected,
city.
impenetrable city like Omashu. Like, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, it's a very stupid change to add these characters in here. Not to mention, a lot of their arcs and plot stuff, it just ends. Which, granted, that happened in the show, in the OG, but like the difference is they weren't in an Omashu, so it's like there is no value in adding them here. It's only
Yeah.
there to add tension for a specific plot line, whereas apparently they say that the mechanist he is selling weapons to, not weapons specifically, he's sending like his experiments
His, like,
to
blueprints
the
and stuff.
Fire Nation, and
Wait. Yeah.
they also use like blasting jelly to make it seem like the Fire Nation is exploding buildings and stuff like that via fire powers, but it's actually the blasting jelly, which is like my first question is like, this is everybody's way too calm for that terrorist attack.
Yeah.
They just exploded a building and this is like normal.
Yeah.
Not a big deal.
But it's so weird. And then they're like, oh fuck, and I was like, oh fuck, I remember you guys bring it them for safety. Oh no.
Yeah, they also brought back the cabbage guy,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
the iconic side
And
character.
they like build it up this time because there's a few instances, and he's
It's like
about to say,
my
and-
not now,
and it
buddy.
gets cut
not
off.
not
Yeah.
now. Yeah, my cabbages.
Yeah.
It's
Oh
just a big
fuck.
payoff. He yells it to the sky so the audience can clap at the thing.
Yeah.
You know,
To be honest.
I too
yeah.
remember the cabbages.
Yeah, to be honest, actually, I can just summarize the mechanic and Jet's issue in just how they got fucked over by Omashu.
Yeah, go ahead because we're going a bit over time.
Yeah, let's just go over. So basically, Jet's motivation is to take revenge on the Fire Nation, and and he's in Omashu. The mechanic's motivation is to protect his son from the Fire Nation, and he's in Omashu. See the issue?
Yeah. So first off, so here's the problem with this too. It's like Omashu doesn't have firebenders in the original thing, and as I mentioned before, these characters were not in Omashu in the OG show as well. The mechanist and Teo were in the Northern Air Temple, where there was this whole plot line with Aang being upset with the mechanist, like pretty much tampering the sacred temple of the Northern Air Temple to make it just his hub for his laboratory, basically. He also was pretty jealous of Teo. Like, he's not a real airbender, but he's using like tech to make it seem like he's an airbender, which is like, then he eventually gets over it. That's something that he learns across that episode. But here it's like nothing really comes out of it.
No,
no.
it's such a weird. I mean, at least they try to have an arc with him. It's like, oh fuck, I could just report to Boomy. It was like, yeah, why the fuck don't you just do that?
Right.
Oh, and like for some reason they talk about Boomy, but like that did not click to Aang that it's the same guy. Oh, because you know why? Because they separate the gang. Because Aang is like off like with Teo somewhere else, and Katara is like off with Jet, thinking about fucking him. And then Sokka is like learning that he wants to be an engineer from the mechanist. So it's like, so this is like kind of my thing with the show. It's like they separate the gang so much from all of these events and things that they used to do together in the OG show, and now they do all of these things separately because they realize that we want to do these plot lines from the show, but we don't want to write so many characters together. So the easiest thing that's why a lot of like I've been noticing this like this happened in Percy Jackson 2 Unity, like where they would
Yeah.
separate it so that there's two characters together and then one character by themselves or with another character, basically. It's because they clearly can't write like 3 or more characters in one scene for some god knows reason.
I don't know.
Yeah,
And it's like convenient for them. Of how do we do all the plots? Like separate characters go on them,
yep.
but it really
Yeah, we
takes a lot
yeah.
away from him.
Yeah, it's so insane because they just try to like, oh fuck, there's Fire Nation spies. Wait, how did they?
Yeah,
spies?
I like when the Mechanist meets with the one, and it's just like in this obviously evil red cloak, and he does the evil firebending to like intimidate him. I just thought that was funny.
Yeah. I was like,
It's like he's the spy.
oh fuck.
I am the spy.
I
Yeah.
am the spy.
I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'll just speed run the other issues. Like,
Go ahead.
so Aang and the Mechanist son found some green jelly thing in
Yeah.
this temple. Was like first off, lucky. Second of all, was like okay, that's the only thing you got. In Katara and Jet's side, why did Jet wants Katara to be on his side? It's like I don't know because they are.
he finds her attractive.
Yeah.
Let's keep it simple.
That's it. That's the
really
thing.
for this version.
Yeah, I
Except
mean,
for the-
Yeah, it doesn't work in this version, by the way.
Yeah. Nope. I mean, Katara learns a bit of water bending there, so it's like, I guess they try to.
Jet teaches her like the fundamentals of like how you need to be more positive to bend better. It's like the non-bender is giving her advice.
Which is very weird.
And especially from Jet, who wants to kill the king of the Omashu.
It's like no, I don't want to kill him. I wanted to kill the Mechanist, and it's like whoever's there will like he'll like they'll just have to suffer that consequence together. Why is no Mashu first up? It's like I actually don't mind the concept of like I can give some leniency if you want to have the Mechanist and the Jet together, and then Jet wants to kill the Mechanist because of like because he is a Fire Nation spy, quote unquote. Or he's helping with the Fire Nation in some regard. So you can have like a motivation where these two characters are together, and like he has the motivation to kill him, and then the gang needs to stop him from doing that because it's wrong. It's not teaching the right lessons. But the problem, and secondly, you could also have like to a point where like Katara can maybe talk to Jet, saying like, you're just acting like a Fire Nation soldier at that point, where you're gonna if you kill the Mechanist, like what are you gonna gain out of it? His son is gonna be an orphan. He's gonna hate you. He might try to kill you, or something like that. It's like there's a conversation there, but they don't have that conversation in the next episode.
It's such a weird. It's like
why do you want to kill King Boomy?
It's like yeah. I was like, if you want to kill Mechanist, just do it in his house. Seriously, just when he sleeps, just stab him when he's sleeping. That's all you need to do.
Yes.
Do you know
combining all these plots made no sense.
And how they bond? Do you know how they bind the plot together? So Katara has actual evidence that the Mechanist is working for a Fire Nation, and Aang and the Mechanist son just have the jelly, which can be planted by anyone, and so they just assume. So Katara just assumes that Mechanist created the bombs. Aang assumes that Jet created the bombs, which is like, why would you assume that Jet does it? I mean, Katara actually has evidence, like legit reason that she will believe that. And Aang turns out to be right for some reason.
Yeah. Still not all that's happening because Zuko and Iroh come as well.
Yeah, Zuko and Iroh just here in Omashu. Because apparently they said they found an airbender in Omashu, and they're like, oh, we need to go there now. And they go there now, and Zhao gets a message from Azula saying that he will help her. She will help him capture the Avatar from afar, which is like really weird. because like that sets up a final line in episode 8, which is really weird.
No.
But yeah, Azula's working with Zhao as a secret admirer kind of thing, which is really weird. But yeah, as you mentioned, Aang and Teo, they go into the cave and they just straight up find like some kind of, they find turnip farmer clothes and stuff from Blasting Jelly, all that stuff. Katara, Jet. Again, we talked about like Katara was trying to learn the water whip, but she can't master it. So then Jet says like, "Why don't you think more happy thoughts?" And that works.
Yeah, think happy thoughts. Meanwhile, I'm very vengeful and angry.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then yeah, so Zuko and Iroh were there mostly because they were trying to look up for a Lotus Pi show tile. But then yeah, they find Sokka, not Sokka. They find Aang in the streets and they have a fight. They try to do like a normal fight without bending powers, but then Aang questions like, dude, it's like, why are you like trying to get me? It's like, I need to bring you back. It's like, you've been doing this for 3 years though. It's like, 3 years, how'd you know that? It's like, you have my book. So it's like, and yeah, that gets Zuko angry enough to use his fire
Start
bending.
using the fire.
Yeah. Fire. Burn.
Yeah, and then yeah. Once again, just a quick reminder: the fire, Zuko and Iroh were not in Omashu in season 1.
No.
Just to be very clear, because it's
Yeah.
impenetrable. You can't sneak them in. So it's
No,
like,
he just wrapped a cloak around his face and walked out.
yeah, he just wraps
Which,
it up
which
on
at
his
that
face.
point was like, I'm just surprised the Fire Nation didn't attack them from the inside already.
Yeah, and they do this weird thing where Katara runs past him and like he feels her shawl. I don't know what that was for.
I don't get that part.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's for Zutara maybe.
No.
Yeah, hope not. Yeah, so yeah, Katara and Sokka they go like Sokka. I mean, Katara finally learns that Jet is a piece of shit,
Just gonna.
and then
Yeah.
they go after the mechanics, and then she sees Long Shot is up in the tree. He's gonna shoot the blasting jelly. The mechanist is like, he has the suitcase filled of blasting jelly, and he's very close to the king. And then by the time he takes a shot, Katara uses the water whip she finally mastered to wet the arrow so that it doesn't explode. And yeah, it's super convenient that the blasting jelly doesn't work. I'm pretty sure if an arrow pierces through a suitcase, there should still be some friction, which friction could generate enough of a thing to explode blasting jelly, but I guess not.
Yay! This is great.
Yeah, so yeah, Zuko has to run away. Iroh takes the blame that he was the firebender in the nation, so he lets the Earth Kingdom people arrest him, and they also arrest Aang as well. And then Zuko can escape undetected.
Yeah.
And that's how the episode ends.
Let's just move on to because I was like, I just can't take this. Next episode, King Boomy.
Yeah, the fucking terrible episode.
Go ahead.
Yay! Wait,
Into the Dark. This is the episode where they have 5 plot points from
wow,
and including one that is from season 2.
Season 2.
So yeah, oh my god. So all of a sudden, Aang remembers that he had a friend named Boomy 100 years ago. He created the sky bison whistle, which if anybody was wondering, in episode 1 he has the whistle, which in the show he bought it separately. Here I understand why they have him have it like right away. It's okay. And then I think Boomy making it for him is like that's a fine change. I can accept that.
yeah.
Yeah, so we got that. We also see that in the present day, Aang has another conversation with Iroh. And Iroh is basically saying that. So Aang is just saying like Zuko's a bitch, and Iroh's like, there's more to him than that. It's more than his reputation, and you have to kind of look past that. So obviously we're very streamlining the whole like Iroh and Aang and Zuko, like they're not that bad people really. Just to give some
Yeah.
candy for those people. Yeah, so the Omashu soldiers, they take Iroh and take him to the pit, which ironically the pit is nowhere near. It's not in the same building, or it's not in
The same
Omashu.
town.
It's
That's
somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, because they need to copy that plot point from the show, the OG show, but it wasn't there. It was not in the same location, so they can't possibly do that. So just
Yeah.
ignore that, I guess. And then yeah, the king takes Aang because he already knows that Aang is the Avatar, and
So you're just like, fuck, let's just prank him. It's like, yeah, fun.
yeah. So here's my thing. First off, like it's very obvious that this is a young man pretending to be an old man. Because yeah, that is the case. He's played by a 40-year-old man, and then they
Which-
digitally make up CG so that he's old.
fair,
I
because
guess.
he needs to do martial arts. If he got played by like an 80-year-old, it's like, I get it.
Yeah, though his voice is just not very,
To be honest, I don't really mind his actors. Like, I don't mind most actors in the show. It's like, I get it.
Yeah, it's just characterization. We'll get to that.
Oh, fuck, yeah.
Yeah. So instead of like Boomy hiding his identity to Aang, lets Aang know that he is Boomy because
Right away he recognizes him because he does
Yeah.
the laugh snort stuff.
he does the same laugh as he did as a kid. Which Aang, yeah. So Aang knows that he's talking to Boomy, which is already different from the show, because like again, Boomy he hides his identity for a specific reason to teach Aang a lesson. But he does teach Aang a lesson here. But
Which is
it's
fucking
pretty bullshit.
moronic. Yeah.
But yeah, Boomy throws Aang a feast. But
And he says the lettuce leaf joke. Clap.
he says the lettuce leaf joke, which it had no setup to it. He just says it out of nowhere. And then Boomy. So this is where we get the biggest change. Is that
Which I
Boomy
hate.
is angry with Aang because he vanished for 100 years. And Aang, he is like very upset.
He's a vengeful and bitter old man.
Yeah.
bitter.
I'm just
which-
saying, yeah. When I saw this, I was like, just saying that immediately clashes with the fact he just wanted toys with Aang for no reason.
Yeah.
I feel like he does it like to, it's because it's like his revenge, like rather than teaching him.
Yeah, it's insane. I was like, oh fuck, you're old friends. Oh, actually, I would kill you. I was like, oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, and my other thing too is like, this is it's more flagrant because he like so people do say it's like, oh, but like it does make sense for somebody to be upset with Aang because like he was gone for 100 years and somebody should call him out for that. Yes, but there's a reason why Boomy didn't do that.
Yeah,
Because Boomy
is
is a friend of Aang for 100 years. He knows Aang personally.
He should have been more understanding.
He would be more understanding about what
in
happened.
the show, in the cartoon, it was like the outsiders who they didn't know. All they knew is that the Avatar was gone.
Yeah.
So it makes sense with them, but why do that with Boomy?
It's honestly more impactful from outsiders saying it because, like, one, they don't know him personally, so they don't know how to spare his feelings. Because,
fuck that, dude. Remember,
those are common civilians. Like, but having his best friend call him out, it's like that's dumb.
Yeah, it's insane because they literally have the grand that just complain about that in the episode 1 already. It's like you're just doing it again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like, which is also weird too, because like Gran saying like, "Dude, you're shit." It's like, I guess
Yeah.
like I guess that kind of achieves your. I'm okay. I guess I'm more fine with that happening than Boomy saying it. Uh, but yeah, it's like it's a bizarre change in general. It's like yeah, so Boomy is like legitimately upset. There's like he has games like, but it's not really the games at all. Like first off,
No.
all they do is like, well, literally the first game is like, would you rather eat meat or would you rather eat like seaweed? It's like I'd rather eat seaweed. Okay, you passed my test. It's like okay, I
Was
guess that
like
was step one. Then the second test was like going like well, he was like trapped in like rock candy, which the creeping crystals, uh, which uh,
No,
which
you know,
was
it was a
easy to
creep
do.
in this version. They
was like what was that
just
supposed to
pop
teach
up.
him?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the creeping crystal. So this is why I kept saying it was very important to remember that in the original show, Katara, Aang, and Sokka did everything together, practically everything
Mhm.
together. They did separate here and there, but they practically did everything together. So in the OG show, Bumi puts Sokka and Katara in the creeping crystals. For this thing is that Aang has to play his games, and then he will free his friends once he completes them. If he doesn't, they might die, they might live. He doesn't know yet. So like obviously they're not in danger, by the way, but like, but yeah, it's
Yeah,
like, but
so
that was
Aang,
that was the
yeah,
point.
did that to test Aang because yeah, Aang didn't know that, but yeah,
Yeah, and that's also why it's important to remember that his identity is not revealed at this point because he's trying to teach Aang a lesson here,
hmm
in his own fun way, though. To be
yeah,
fair,
because
because
he's
he's
his own kooky way, but yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, but instead we have this happening, and everybody else is separated. By the way, so Katara, she finds Jet again. Jet tries to explain himself, but he's like, "Yeah, you're a piece of shit," and then she freezes him.
Yeah, and then
and yeah, that's it. That's it for
That's it.
Jet.
That's it
that's
for
it.
Jet. Sokka and Teo, they get mad at the mechanist, but then the mechanist is like, he's like, I was trying to protect Omashu from the Fire Nation, but like it was the only way to like save his
Ah.
son from
Oh
getting
no!
endangered.
If
But
only yeah.
that's practically it.
hmm
If like I was like, oh
But
no!
these
If
plot
only
lines just end.
yeah. Yeah, I was like, oh, if I was like, oh no! If only you could do something like report it to the Omashu, to King Bumi. Like the most sensible thing to do in the world.
Yeah, that's also the worst part too, because like in it made more sense in the OG show because he was in charge of the Northern Air Temple. He's in charge, and the mechanist is like he's not really like a leader. He's not really like a soldier or anything like that. So it's like it makes sense why he was scared of the Fire Nation and why he didn't know what to do. Like here, but like here in Omashu, this is a completely governed area. There's a reason why the mechanist is not in Omashu. So I don't really know. It was a really bizarre change
Yeah.
for this kind of character to be here. Um, but yeah, as we're saying, yeah. So Sokka and Katara, they need to go and find Aang. So what Teo says is that go into these caves, and it will give you like
He
a secret,
says,
a
"What about the
secret, a
secret
secret
tunnel?"
tunnel
Was
that
like,
will take you into the, which is
yeah,
When
what
I
the
heard
fuck?
that, I was like, "No, they're not." And
yeah, they adapted the Cave of Two Lovers in this
here
season
with
Oh,
Katara and Sokka,
I
with
I
Katara and Sokka.
I
that
was
was like,
literally
"Oh, how much like Game of Thrones are we wanting to be
yeah.
like here?"
Yes, exactly.
Yay! I was the first question I have was like, wait, what the fuck is there a tunnel still alive? Don't you have Earth bandage just fill the tunnels already?
Yeah, that's the problem when you start
Yeah,
adding things into Omashu
exactly. Yeah,
that didn't
Uh,
exist before. Yeah, so they go into the secret tunnel. You even hear like
and
the
the
the,
the
the, the
song, the
iconic
hippies are
song
there.
from the
Yeah,
cave dwellers.
hippies are
Uh,
there. Yay, hooray!
yeah, so yeah. Yeah, so they go inside and they're basically it's super bizarre because
yeah. Let's just talk about the riddle, which is like, what's the riddle again? Someone love.
Love is brightest in the dark.
Yeah,
love is
that
placed in the dark, and it's not because of the crystals in the wall. It's because they have to hold hands, and that shows their
Yeah, the thing about
sibling
the
love,
Badgermall's
not
about to
real
eat
love.
him, and
Yeah,
then they
even though
hold hands.
yeah.
Omashu was a relationship, like a legit
Yeah,
love, but okay, I
To be
guess.
honest,
here we do
this is so bullshit because I was
we
like,
do the Frozen thing of sibling love saves them.
yeah, because it's so bullshit. Because Sokka was like, yeah, it has to be a crystal. It's lighting the thunder. Was just like, yes, and
That's too easy though.
and
So
then
That's
Katara was
what
like, oh, it
Katara
has to be.
did there.
It doesn't have to be this way because of reasons.
okay, but here's our biggest problem because one, they introduced the Badger Moles, which is in Avatar lore, the Badger Moles was the first Earthbenders. Like they're the ones that taught humans how to Earthbend, like for the
The
Earthbenders.
Badgermalls who live in
Uh,
the tunnels.
yeah, so the Badger Moles, they find the Badger Moles, and when they hold hands, the Badger Mole stops trying to attack them.
Badgermalls coming toward me. Come on, guys, help me out. Sorry, I'm just reminiscing about the show. The cartoon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then Katara is like, they don't sense they don't sense on, like, the sight, so they probably sense on love, feeling, hope, which is like, so here's our problem, Unity. The Badger Moles is how Toph, the iconic Toph, learned earthbending, because she's also blind, so she can relate to the Badger Moles who are also blind. So they taught her how to earthbend. They taught her how to do like what she does. So if you're going to tell me that earthbending is coming out of because of love and hope, then like what am I supposed to expect to see from Toph
Hell's tough.
in
Oh,
season
God.
2?
Exactly. Oh,
don't know. I don't even know what they're
I'll
gonna
say
do
that-
with Toph.
that's going to be the make or break character. Like, I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I
then,
think Toph is too much of an
Like,
iconic
even-
character for, if they fuck up, people would start.
Yeah, I think that would. Yeah, that's
Even
what
though-
I'm saying.
yeah,
People
even
who
though I
like
feel
this one,
I
they
feel
would
like
return.
like I know Azula was not going to do that, because like there's some stupid Azula fans, but but yeah, Toph, I can definitely see that being the make or break for a lot of people. Yeah, because that's fucking bullshit, man. It's like,
yeah. It's
yeah,
but
Badger Moles are based on love and feelings, so it's like, oh man, so is that what Toph's going to be like, the one who's very cynical
mm-hmm.
and like hate, like not hateful, but like, she's very loudmouth and like
Brash.
brash, like that's like she's kind of like the earth in that kind of sense, like rigid, that kind of sense. So it's like, oh, it's like you're going to tell me that's how Toph is going to work now, and they're probably going to forget about it.
Yeah,
They're going to forget about it.
That's,
definitely.
yeah, that's
And you'll
probably
just say, "Oh, it was Qatar's analysis. It just happened to be wrong." It's like, okay, all right,
Which we just complain about a retcon.
Yeah.
You would love that.
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh,
That's pretty much the end of their plot.
by the
and
way,
then-
I even got to the mechanics. Like, wait, what the fuck does that mean for tunnels to keep changing? It was like, what the fuck?
So the Badger Moles do manipulate the tunnels, so like in their favor as well. So like they're earthbending as well. So like, yeah, they're moving the tunnels in their favor or something like that, which is like, I really don't know why it's in this season.
And why is it in Omashu? Was like, oh fuck.
Why
the
is it
Badger-
in Omashu? You got
why-
the Badger Moles there.
I was like, wait, but shouldn't the Badger most be more known by now if it's in the most popular earthbending cities in the world?
Oh yeah, I guess they just stay in the.
I'm so
none
for
of the
Bossing Say.
Badgermalls just came out.
I'm so worried for Bossing Say, because like Bossing Say has a lot of stuff that happens in season 2 in it.
Mhm.
But like there's like a very fat chance that like they're going to like put even more stuff into Bossing Say that won't make sense. Like,
You mean there's a high chance of that, or
I
low
bet-
chance?
that's why I say fat chance, but yeah.
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
fat chance usually means, doesn't fat chance mean like not
Oh,
high?
fat is usually a negative, yeah. Right, you're right. Very
So,
high
right,
chance
yeah.
that they're gonna add some
Are you
stuff in
okay?
there that will make no fucking sense. Yeah. So it's so stupid, and like it pretty much leads us into like the final part of the episode where Aang is basically fighting Boomy to the death, and Boomy, they get to a point where like Boomy gets like 2 rocks over his head, and Aang is using airbending to save. It's like, oh, you need to make a choice. You have to decide because like that's what it means to rule. You need to. So basically, more lectures about like how he was a piece of shit for leaving them for 100 years, and more old man bitter talk essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like, I think to me, really looked like he was trying to kill him. I don't know. I got that vibe.
He said, I'm going to kill you."
Yeah, he said it's a fight to the death, and then yeah.
It was like, I was literally looking. I was like, what the fuck, man? He's the Avatar. I mean, I get it, you hate him, but it's like he's still gonna save the world if you're gonna. He's your friend as well. What is this character?
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Yeah, the King of Omashu. Yeah.
I mean, at best, we just say that he's insane, which is just a flat line of a character.
Which is like he is insane in
So
the OG show.
Old ones, yeah, insane and a good character.
But he was a good character, yeah. Oh my god! Like when I watch that show, when I watch the OG, it's like it's just so touching when Aang figures out that's Boomy.
Yeah,
and they go for
Boomy,
a
you're a
hug.
mad genius, and they hug.
You're a mad genius, and they hug. Oh my god!
Yeah.
It's so good, and it's like they can't even do that because like one, they already spoiled that he's Boomy, and two, Boomy is legit mad at him. He legit wants to kill him. Especially when like Aang is like, dude, we don't have to do this. I'm going to the North Pole anyways to like learn to stop an attack up there.
Yeah,
right? Because you can't learn waterbending.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, that it's fucking bullshit, man. I don't know how this was like. This was a terrible line of thought. And then for the rest of it, it is just Iroh is being taken along. We didn't mention Iroh yet. Iroh's been taken to the pit, which we don't even know where that is. It's so far away from Omashu for some reason. And then there's a soldier talking about Ba Sing Se, and like how, because in the OG show, Iroh basically laid a command that pretty much put the Ba Sing Se under siege for like 60 days, or 600 days.
600 days, right? Yeah.
600 days, yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so so they talk about that, and the guy is like basically saying like the one of the people you killed was a 19-year-old, and then so it's kind of bizarre because like they have Iroh kind of be like, yeah, that happened. It happens in war, and is this like your way of saying you apologize? It's like, no, I wasn't talking about myself. So he's it's like he's kind of like proud of what he did.
Yeah, he just justifies himself.
Which I was like,
which is like it's just not something that Iroh would say.
You know, it was like, dude, he literally said, "You killed my fucking brother."
He was 19, yeah.
It was like,
especially with the reason that Iroh stopped the siege.
Yeah, I was like, I was expecting just like, I'm so sorry. I'm not the man I'm used to be. I changed because I hate the Fire Lords now.
Honestly, well, no, that's way too much exposition.
Oh, yeah.
My thing is just leave it alone. Like let him hate you. Like my thing is like, then I guess you could say like, oh, Iroh's a bitch for not speaking up for himself. It's like, okay, but like Iroh,
no,
I would not really say that because Iroh is more respectful than that.
Yeah,
that's really the thing. Like he respects his enemies despite being the enemy. So I don't know. It's like I feel like it's like a weird change to put that on him. People say it's one of the better changes because like obviously they're referencing stuff from season 2.
What?
So like, yeah, because this kind of stuff is like explained in season 2, in terms of like the storyline. Though him being captured and them talking about Ba Sing Se was in the OG show as well for season 1, but like the concept of like, oh, it's like the hardships, the like what he had to do in Ba Sing Se, or like the fact that like you don't know what loss is, and then they flashback to Iroh's son's funeral, which I will also say, I think it is. I do think this is the best addition to the show, though I do think it's cheating in a sense because like Iroh, because obviously we have hindsight. We know about Iroh's backstory. We know about Zuko, his backstory as well. So it's like you can really make a very strong, a powerful, effective scene about like Iroh mourning for the loss of his son. And like, I really liked how they did the touch with like Ozai's like talking about like the credit of your son. He will be honored, he'll be remembered. He did a great thing for the Fire Nation, all this stuff. And then Zuko talks about that, but then he comes back and remembers about Liu Ten, who he was as a person, how much he meant to him as a person, and that he is going to miss him as a person. So it's like it really shows that very contrast differences between Ozai and Zuko's personalities. So it's like it's a really good scene for that. I just think it's cheating to use that here when I feel like it would be way more stronger in season 2. And I also think it's like if they need to keep it in season 1, maybe they do it like after the scene where Iroh calls Zuko his son. Like I just feel like that would be a much more effective part in the finale. Here it's like I don't know. It's just like you just have the bossing say guy say like you don't know what loss is, and then he just flashbacks to I know what loss is. I don't know. It's just that's my pros and cons with that scene.
Yeah, it's for me. It was like, what the fuck is the point of this scene? This entire sequence? Just have because the soldier who explained his backstory so blatantly doesn't got a resolution, anyways.
Yeah, and then the earthbending there kind of looked really bad, in my opinion. Like he just pulls like a section of the earth, puts it over his head, and it's just like dangling up there. It's like it's very clear that it's fake, but yeah, it's a nitpick. Yeah. So
you mentioned they played an instrumental of "Leaves from the Vine."
Leaves from the Vine
funeral.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the best aspect of the entire show is just Zuko and Iroh relationship. Just like,
And again, for me, it's like some of it is cheating because like we're using season 2 material to strengthen it even more than season 1 of the OG show, which I understand why they can do that because like they have the hindsight now. But like even season 1, Iroh and Zuko are pretty powerful, despite the limited things in the OG show. But like, we kind of talked about that already. But yeah, that's basically how the episode ends.
That's
kind of.
I mean, except the fact that Sokka and Katara just ran into
breaking.
It's just
Yeah,
like
murder suicide.
Like,
right
it's
here.
Like, you're wrong. I do need friends to help, or something like that.
Which is like, wow, coincidence, and they just leads into here. Wow, how did that happen? I don't fucking know.
Because of the secret tunnel.
Led right to the throne room.
Yeah, they did talk about that secret tunnel. To be fair,
not the
I just can't believe that out of all the secret tunnels, we had to use that secret tunnel.
Well, yeah, it doesn't even lead to the throne room. It leads to a fucking thick of battle scene or something.
Yeah, it leads to that. They're like fight room.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and then Boomy's like, so Boomy forgives Aang because like he gives him the Sky Bison whistle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Boomy, he's saying he's going to rejoin. Omash is going to rejoin the fight against the Fire Nation because they used to be out of in peace from them.
Yeah, then he says that he knows that like the soldiers are coming.
Like he already knew that was happening anyways.
Yeah,
because of all the Fire Nation spies and all that stuff.
And then,
I guess he didn't do anything about it.
Yeah, and then he just and then the mechanic just informs like Boomy that's like, there's far lost spies and we gotta support you. It's like, yeah,
I already knew that.
He's like, just do that, dipshit. Why don't you just do that already? Instead of like fucking buying yourself up.
Yeah, and then they basically fly off on Appa.
They ride on the mail thing.
Oh, but they also ride the mailbox carriage from the OG show because remember that?
No, I want
to. Yeah. I remember that. Oh man, man, this is like past the halfway point.
So get us out of here.
Oh my! Oh, by the way, I like this last scene of like I guess the scene that shows like uh what's it Iroh just comes with Zuko on the journey. It's like fuck I'm gonna come with the journey anyways because I like you support me blah blah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
Zuko.
new addition.
Yeah, that's a new scene. Oh yeah, you're right. That flashback of Zuko's after
I was
the
about to I was
after
about to
getting burned,
leave
he's going on
after that.
to
Yeah.
adventures. Like, yeah, I'm gonna join you. I don't need you as an advisor. I just need you as a friend. Um, so yeah, it's a new scene. It's one of the better additions, I would say.
Yeah.
Um, I guess
Yeah.
another better addition I missed, which is really small, it's just him Aang burying Gyatso's body. That was okay. I can give him that.
Mhm.
And yeah, that's episode 5, Spirited Away.
Get it? Get it? I get it.
I fucking hate this episode too. I hate a lot of these. I hate all these episodes. To be fair, yeah. So they're going close to the Fire Nation, and so we actually get some dialogue here saying that I heard about the Avatar. He was here at the canyon doing this. I heard he stopped this volcano from erupting.
Mhm.
I heard like so they're referencing some of the
I heard the
episodes.
I heard he helped people out of canyon.
Yeah, yeah. They're referencing things that he did in the OG show that we got to see, but we don't get to see it in this show. So I guess it's a little bit of a clever way to kind of show the time lapse in a way. But I also find it kind of weird because like, okay, so these news just travel fast. Like the Avatar was in this canyon. Oh, the Avatar stopped a volcano from exploding. Uh wow, it's like that's just super convenient. Um,
Yeah, that's what I.
Everybody can get these news like so easily, and obviously this confuses like Zuko and Iroh so much that like they don't know where the Avatar is because like everybody has seen him, uh, like everywhere. So, and the other thing too is like, wow, look at all these adventures that the gang get to go on that we don't get to see them
We're gonna
bond
see.
over.
Yep.
Wow.
Exactly.
Yeah, because
Okay,
we can't do that. Speaking of not bonding, um, so they go to this village. They find that some members have disappeared in this village. So they go into this. So they find out that they're being attacked by a spirit named Heibai, um, which doesn't really go that much into explanation on.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
and then to be honest, and that let I just gotta say that they jumped the gun. They jumped the gun immediately. I was like, wow, how do you immediately predict that they got trapped in the spirit world? And apparently they are right.
Aang says I have a feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they go into the forest. They see that Heibai has a statue, and we learn
Got
that
burned.
and the statue has a burn on it. So that means the spirit itself also has a burn on it too.
I like when
I guess that's how that works.
I like
Yeah.
when they went to the forest and you see the whole big wave of like the whole like burned part,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
Sokka just goes firebenders. It's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, thanks. I
Yeah,
figured.
By the way, I just gotta make that clear. Aang didn't make that assumption when he sees the statue. He did it way before he sees the statue of all those Avatar stuff.
Also, in that burnt forest thing is like he gets upset because like as the Avatar he didn't get to stop like this attack that ruined nature and that stuff. And then Katara tries to cheer him up by showing that there is an acorn here, so that means there is life. It will come back eventually. So it's not
Mhm.
over, which is like it's from the OG show,
From the-
which
yeah.
fair enough. Yeah, so that part was there. So Aang starts to meditate, but for some reason, when he goes into the spirit world, he also brings Katara and Sokka with him, which is like that's impossible. And
Yeah.
Sokka's like, how is that even possible? It's like, it's so funny because it's bad, but it's funny because like the Aang actor, I will give him credit for that. It's like he's like I don't know, like maybe the what was it? It's like his face is like super like I don't know, man. It's like I don't know. I guess my power is mixed with the spirit nature and all that stuff. It's like a bunch of mumbo jumbo that makes no sense. And it's like, yeah, because it doesn't make sense. Yeah. So Sokka and Katara are in the spirit world along with Aang, which in the OG show, Sokka was taken by the spirit, but Katara stayed behind. But only Aang can go in and out because he is the Avatar, so he is able to do this. But it turns out he's not the only one that can do this. There is another spirit in these forests, which we'll get to. They get to meet one spirit, which is Wan Shitong, the giant owl.
Why is he here?
Yeah.
My first question is like, wait, are we adapting Korra right now? I mean, never seen the show, both of them. I was like, this feels like a Korra episode.
Well, they do bring in something from Korra in a bit.
So yeah, Wan Shitong is actually from Avatar, but they do bring him back in Korra as well. So yeah, he is technically an Atla character, but he's a season 2 character.
And he's supposed to be in his library at all times, guarding it. I don't know what he's doing here.
Yeah.
Especially since the whole conversation
conversation is just like stay out of the path of danger.
Yeah, the spirit world is dangerous. Thank you.
Who else could fucking say that? Maybe the fox that you introduced.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Wan Shitong is here, and that's pretty much all he can say. And then they make a very clear point that only Aang can hear him, and not Sokka and Katara. They can see him, but they can't hear him because they're normal.
Well, they hear owl noises.
They hear owl noises, but they don't hear the dialogue because they can't process it. Basically.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So we talked about Zuko and Iroh. And then all of a sudden they find June, and her Shrizu, the Nyla, that can track anything.
To the show's credit, they look great.
Oh yeah. Arden Show.
I
love you on the show.
John, yay, yeah. The her performance.
Their designs are really good. So just
it's a good casting. Yeah. So, what they do with her is fucking bullshit. So first of all,
of course.
Of course.
So what they do is like, so Zuko's upset with seeing her because like, she's a bounty hunter. She's just there for money. She's not a good person. It's like, and then June is like, I should kill you for that kind of mouth, but because your dad is cute, I'll let it slide. It's like, okay, so one of the biggest criticism, I would say, well, one of the top 3 biggest criticisms of the show, of the OG show, it's the fact that it's in the top 3. It's kind of shows like how good it is. Is that people really hated that Iroh pretended to be knocked out so that he could have June paralyzed June on his body in the end of that episode. And June like knows like that was not okay, but like she can't do anything because she was knocked out, was paralyzed. So for some reason they think that, okay, so we're not going to make Iroh the creepy old guy. Fine, fair enough. I can agree with that. But then they're like, yeah, let's make June the one with him.
Yeah, that's
like, again, it's like we're criticizing Sokka's sexism, but we're making the women characters who had nothing to do with these relationships and make them into the men that were into them. So yeah, that's very great writing.
That's how they quote unquote fix it. And I'm not just saying that because it should have been me.
Yeah. I mean, I remember her in Teen Wolf so well. To be honest, I don't know what happened to her performance here. Just her delivery is quite monotone. It's like, hey, hi. It's quite weird.
And like the first line she says is like, it really annoys me because like, it's like, don't die. It's like so the tongue like hits the guy. He's like, don't die. If you die, then I only get half the money for you. It's like, it's your animal. Nyla is your animal. You should know that it paralyzes for an hour. So I don't understand. It's like there's a possibility that he can die. And yeah, again, the OG show like explains to you that if you get hit by the tongue, you get paralyzed for 1 hour, but it doesn't kill you.
Oh, in this show, they better mention shit. They just like it paralyzes.
And the show says it could kill him, so it's like,
I guess.
which is a weird change.
Which, to be honest, I literally mentioned a lot of things. Like you'll be surprised a lot of things are not present in the show. You might actually feel it yourself.
Yeah. And then basically Ira was like, we need to get June so that she can help us find the Avatar, because
My first question, yeah,
which is like, first off, so the Nyla can sense based on smell. So the way that they got the smell to find Katara is because Katara lost her necklace, and then Zuko picked it up, and Zuko used that to make the Nyla smell it, so that it could find Katara. Because once you find Katara, you can find Aang. Now here they don't have anything to let Nyla smell something that could allow it to see and find Aang. So I don't really. So they're just kind of like around randomly.
I mean, basically all she does is like, all they did is like, oh, she's a bounty hunter. Shut up.
Yeah, they just teleport where they need her.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, so we don't have the part of like how Nyla can smell and find Aang. They just find him in the next episode.
Well, what is it? It's through the because like later on, they found like a piece of his cloth in the forest,
which is like bullshit in my opinion.
Yeah,
I don't know how they found that. If they didn't already have anything to go off on.
Yeah, they were just walking around, I guess.
Yeah, and that. And not to mention, they just so happen to stumble upon Arden Cho in this bar.
Yeah, which is like, I mean, that kind of stuff is like, it's kind of like Han Solo in a way. You find a bounty hunter, useful bounty hunter, and there you go.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they're actively looking for a bounty hunter in A New Hope. Here, just like, oh, we stumble upon. It's like, oh,
that's true. I guess like I guess in that other aspect too, it's like, in the OG show, June actually lands onto their ship out of nowhere, because like, it's like, why are you here? Like, why is the bounty hunter here? It's like, you have a stowaway on your ship. It's like, I assure you, we have no stowaways on our ship. And then the mole is able to smell the stowaway that was hanging around in Zuko's ship. And yeah, that's how they meet each other. But it's because she was in the middle of another mission, and then which is like, I guess that's what happened here. But like, yeah, I guess it's a similar problem in both shows then, maybe. But yeah.
Yeah,
better in this version.
Because I'm thinking that she said she's the best bounty hunter in the nation. I was like, what the fuck? That's even worse. I'm finding, is there a line like this?
I don't think so.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
So we cut back to the Fire Nation because we need to remember Azula as a character, despite how we keep trying. She tries to convince Fire Lord Ozai that Zhao should deserves more resources to find the Avatar, and Ozai agrees. But then she's like, Zuko is good because he found the Avatar, and he's trying to look for honor and stuff like that, and he's not being a coward by using manipulative tactics like she is. So it's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god, like, do you guys like not like Azula or something like that? It's like, do you have like a vendetta against her? It's like, my god. Ozai, and like, I don't like Ozai either, to be fair. It becomes more of a problem in the later episode. But yeah, Ozai is just like, yeah, you're being a coward by manipulating me to feel like I need to listen to you when your brother's out there doing work and actually showing effort. What a bizarre change.
Wow, there's a lot of things I literally just like, fuck off. This show is so bizarre in general, even without knowledge of the cartoon.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was like, what scene? I was like, okay, like I was like, what's the? I literally said to myself, what's the point of the Azula scenes? It adds literally nothing. And she
That's
was,
yeah, we both agree.
yeah, and it was like, okay, she just wants to help General Zhao because like why?
From
He's
It's
like,
like, yeah, she
I
just,
hear
from
you.
trying to write her into season 1, and it just doesn't work.
yeah,
Yeah, it's like it's such a bizarre thing. It's like honestly, like I would have more time enjoying that maybe she's just learning how to make her orange fire to blue fire. If
yeah,
that's all you want to do with her in the season, I would be fine with that. But
yeah,
in this aspect, we're literally doing a whole thing where Zuko is treated better than Azula, which the whole point of Zuko's character is that he's fucking shitted on by everybody in his family except for Iroh.
yeah,
That's the whole point of his character. So
yeah.
it's like when you're doing all this stuff with Azula and Ozai, to the point where Zuko is being put above Azula, I don't know where this where the beef is coming from outside of because the OG plot did this, so we have to condone to these standards. So I
It's
don't know.
so weird
It's
because
bizarre.
yeah, because Azula just like because he hates him because her dad said, well, your brother is doing most of the job, you suck. Because basically she just like, oh fuck, I hate my brother because he's getting complimented.
Yeah, and then Azula gifts Zhao the Yu Yang archers because they're very proficient benders, non-benders that are great at archery. And Zhao gets promoted as admiral, all thanks to Azula. It's like my other thing too is like Azula is such a like she is like sucking Zhao's cock. Like I'm not lying. Like to the point where she's giving him archers, she's giving him promoting him to
She
be
found
admiral.
Mhm.
Admiral. And it's like there's so much stuff here. It's like Azula is doing so much for Zhao to the point it's like for what really? Like what are you getting out of this? It's like respect. Nobody respects you. Uh, I mean, people say.
No,
I mean, Ty Lee
yeah,
respects you to the point where she has to keep reminding you, "Oh, you're perfect. You're great. You can do all these things." Okay. Uh, but yeah, but then Azula is just like giving everything to Zhao without him working for it, which kind of undermines Zhao's character in a bit because he's getting a lot of help from the princess.
yeah,
So I don't know.
yeah. It's like literally Azula just like, oh fuck, I hate my brother. That yeah, don't worry if you didn't. I just want to test you guys. Like, do you know what is Zuko's motivation in this show?
Well, it's the
Well, to
same.
find the Avatar,
It's,
it's the same
Why?
idea
yeah.
Why?
Well, yeah, because he
to
wants
restore
to
his
prove
honor.
himself.
No, that's not in the show. That's you feel that fucking thing in you feel that in the cartoon.
Is it not? He's
Uh,
trying to restore his honor.
No, he is no. It's kinda, but to be honest, what they say is they kind of implied it, but the actual truth is he wants to go home.
Well, yeah, that is another part
He
of it. He
yeah
wants to
he
restore his
got
honor to go back home as well.
no he just
yeah,
it's not it's literally just oh fuck I'm in banished I have to go home. I was literally just like wait is there honor implied there? I was like maybe
maybe. Yeah.
maybe, but to be honest, what they say is you got banished, you have to find an avatar, or else you can't go home. He just
Yeah,
misses home, I guess.
yeah. I
Hmm.
mean that is in the OG as well. I guess I guess we're not really connecting those dots.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So again, Zhao gets like everything gifted to him by the princess. I don't know why, but just ignore it, I guess. Back in the spirit world, they find Heibai. Um, uh, yeah, and then
Maybe
they veer off the
um,
path, which they kept saying, don't veer off the path, otherwise you'll get
uh-oh.
lost.
That's
But
it for Hey Bye, by the way.
yeah,
Yay.
Heibai is gone for the rest of the series.
Now we just completely changed the plot now.
Yeah, so wherever Katara went, she gets transported back to the Southern Water Tribe, where
Well,
she relives the day when the Southern Raiders raided the,
well, yeah, they are.
Wolf
That's what
Cove.
the because
So yeah, so we
they
get
get
a
from
flashback.
the fog of lost souls from season 2 of Korra.
Right. The Fog of Lost Souls,
They
and
brought it here for some
which
reason.
which is funny because Zhao was in one of those in the OG show, but he won't be able to do that this time if they ever
Yay.
adapt Korra.
Which, please no.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. So Katara is transferred back in time, allegedly, to see her mother, and the young Katara hides and watches a firebender interrogate the mom.
It's like
Because
the scene
apparently
from
there's
through the
reports
original.
on a last waterbender in the Southern Water Tribe, and she's trying to protect young Katara, which is like, okay, so here's the part I hate. So young Katara in the show, she ran inside. Oh yeah, by the way, we forgot the episode 2 meme. He ran meme. That was
Yeah,
pretty.
he ran.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. So young Katara runs into the house. She finds the Fire Nation soldier, and the mom is like, "Just leave my daughter out of this. Like, your business was with me." It's like, and then the Fire Nation guy is like, "All right, yeah, go ahead, get out of here." And then Katara runs after to get her dad. The dad tries to come in, but by the time it's too late, the mom is already dead. That's how it goes in the OG show. Here, they say that Katara was in the room, like hiding from the firebender, which is a big difference. And secondly, she starts to waterbend while her mother is trying to say there are no waterbenders here in my house, and it's like, okay, so you got your own mother killed.
Yeah.
What was the point of that?
Oh no, relive her trauma. What did they do with it? Fucking nothing.
Yeah, but because it turns out Ko was fucking with her, and then he
What?
takes her. Yeah, Ko, the face stealer, can make people relive their memories, according to Gyatso, which we'll get to in a second. And yeah, so that happens, and then
Katara.
Sokka
Sokka gets a
has
symbol
his
check.
flashback, which so Sokka has two things that happen. So Sokka meets a three-tailed fox spirit, and it has like a symbol that Sokka can recognize. That it's so this fox spirit can talk to him, which is not
It's a white fox,
usual
don't
because
forget.
they
Very
specifically said that spirits cannot talk to humans. But it turns out this particular fox spirit is not an ordinary spirit. It is actually a person disguised as a spirit, which we will get to in a future episode. And yeah, so it cuts to the day of him passing his ice dodging test, which is like, okay, I guess they changed that aspect where he didn't pass his ice dodging test because his dad already went off to sea and he could not take it because he was too old. He was old in the normal age because he was, because his dad wasn't there to see him do it.
It's what they do in the bottle episode, but
In the bottle
it
episode,
happened in a flashback here.
which I'm fine with that change for the most part if they decided to change the ages of the characters. But then it's like, so it's so weird to me because like he's like kind of nonchalant with his dad, but then it's like when Bato comes in, he's a Bato, like he's more happy to see Bato, and it's like, which is weird because like he hasn't seen his dad for 3 years. I'd feel like he would be more like that for his dad and not Bato, but it's like, oh, but that's because in the OG show that's what happened. Yeah, in season 1 when he only saw Bato, that's the point. Then season 2, he has a bigger reaction for his dad because it's his dad. Yeah, so I don't know. It's such a weird thing. It's like you. So you got that, but then it gets to a point where he hears his father basically say he's disappointed in his son, and then that gets Sokka to start crying, and then Ko is like, it's great to see you wallow in your sorrows. And then Ko
Takes him.
horror villain thing. Which again, by the way, Ko is a face stealer. Ko, if you show any
Yes.
emotion to
Oh shit! They showed emotion. Yeah.
they both showed fear, emotion, and all that stuff. They say that in the OG show that if you show emotion to Ko, he can steal your face out of that. So you have to be very still and not show emotion. But here, Sokka and Katara do that, and their faces are not stolen. They get tied up in a web like a Lord of the Rings spider. Yeah. So it turns out that Ko, the face stealer, he was trying to do that same trick with Aang, but Aang already knew that this is a dream, so he wasn't tricked. So then he starts to do the thing where he's talking without emotion, which doesn't really make sense because somebody told him that he needs to do that, and because Ko literally did not steal.
He doesn't do that in
so
this.
he doesn't do that at all. And it turns out he doesn't do it because he only does it when he's hungry. So I guess he's not hungry all the time.
Yeah.
Apparently he can go hours and hours without eating.
He will eat Sokka and Katara eventually, just not now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Aang has to run away. So he does show fear in that moment, but he doesn't do that. He runs out of the spirit fog, and then he which as Op mentioned, it was the fog of lost souls, and then he finds Gyatso living in a hut.
I was like, wait. I
The
literally
real
said to myself,
Gatsu is here apparently.
yeah, I was like, this has to be a trick. This has to be a trick. I was like,
and Aang even asked that question: "Is this a
That is
trick?"
true.
I was like,
It's like, no, this is real, man. I'm actually here. You're outside of the fog of lost souls, and that's why I'm real. All right, cool enough. I guess that's how it works. And yeah, I figured this was going to happen because of Korra introducing this concept with with Iroh in that show, where Iroh can pretty much be in the spirit world forever. So Gyatso was able to do that as well in this show. And I personally, so I will say this first off, I really like Gyatso's performance. I like the actor. I like how he goes about his like general shticks and his whole thing. I think he has great chemistry with Gordon Cormier. Um, I do understand the purpose and like the added value of having this kind of scene, but I will say I don't like it because I think it's more impactful that Aang never gets to realize that it was not his fault. I feel like I really don't like the trope of where a character is full of trauma and like you have the person that he faulted just straight up says that it was not your fault. If you were back, you would have died too. You would not have survived. So don't blame yourself for the air nomads being killed. And it's like, not to mention, Aang didn't run away. He had to clear his head, so it's not the same thing.
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, but yeah, that's pretty much how that ends. And then Gyatso's like, well, Gyatso's saying like Ko is a dangerous thing, and he has had like beef with the previous Avatar, so you have to meet Roku, and you have to go to Roku's shrine in order to ask him for help. So Aang says like, yeah, so I'll go do that, and then I'll come back and meet you again, Gyatso, and then that's not gonna happen.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm surprised this motherfucking Aang was like, ah, fuck, I should go and save my friends immediately.
Yeah, and then but yeah, that's my main thing. It's like I really just don't like I hate the trope of like let's hear the character I got killed say that it wasn't your fault through this magic bullshit thing. And again, I know it's technically possible to do this, especially if you were going to factor in that Korra introduced this. So now it's like you should expect this to happen in Atla now in the reattempt, which is still stupid, by the way. I can still say that for both Korra and the show. So Yeah.
I just want to die looking at this. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, do you remember like the opening scene where it's like, oh fuck, my entire village got kidnapped? That was never resolved.
Yeah. It's supposed to be resolved in the next episode since they decided to extend the Heibai ending.
Yeah, all they did was just save Sokka and Katara, and it's like, what about the rest of
And
people?
well, no, you see the other ones getting freed. They walk
I
out.
think you do.
Yeah.
They skip past it to the point where you don't see any character
Yeah,
resolution.
yeah, it's barely there. Yeah, you
Yeah.
don't like go back to the village or anything, but
Jeez.
Yeah. So masks. Masks. My God.
I
This
remember. Yeah,
this is the scene that gets talked about the most because it's the Zuko Agni Kai scene. Yeah, so they flash back to 3 years ago. Zuko is invited to the first war meeting where he challenges the general's plans to sacrifice a batch of new recruits to the 41st Division in order to win a battle against the Earth Kingdom. And Zuko's father gets upset about this, so he's saying Zuko needs to settle this through Agni Kai. It turns out he doesn't get to fight the general. Zuko actually has to fight his father because it was him he disrespected in this situation. And my God, I fucking hate this because they have Zuko fight back in some capacity. It's like, oh, but Ozai is like challenging him to fight back, so he should fight back. It's like, no, the whole point of the fucking Agni Kai is that he doesn't try at all.
Fight back. Yeah,
And again, Ozai is furious that Ozai was so disgusted to the point. That's where the banishment comes from. It's like the dude like talked out of turn, and he's not willing to fight me in Agni Kai. Like he's completely disrespectful. Like he has to go out for a banishment.
You will learn respect, and suffering will be your teacher. That's such a raw line.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
was good, but like I also do like their casting for Daniel Day Kim. It's just unfortunate that they.
Oh yeah, it's just the material that they gave.
They make him way too soft, in my opinion.
Yeah,
and what do I mean by that? I'll get more into that in a bit.
All it told me is like, oh, so
well, you can see here. It's kind of apparent here with what happens.
Yeah, all it tells me is like Daniel, like what the fuck? Ozai just patty. It was like, oh fuck, why do you want to burn his son? It was like, oh, because he disagrees with your tactics. Yeah, do you guys not never argue before?
Well, that's the point of the Agni Kai.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not like a dispute. It's just out of disrespect. It's like their tradition. Like you gotta fight it out, especially if you're challenging an Agni Kai. Now the problem here is that Zuko does fight back, and
almost beats him at one point. What? He gets the upper hand at a certain point.
This is what I meant by the pussy shit. Ozai is on his knee, and Zuko has his hand above, ready to strike the final blow. Ozai is looking up to his son in fear, but then Zuko decides to stop because, oh no, the OG plot says I can't beat you, so I need to and then Ozai just like incinerates his left eye. So it's like,
well, what I noticed here, it's like,
go ahead.
You said, like Ozai being softer, because here it seems like he doesn't really want to do it. It seems like he's regretfully doing it.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
That's another thing too, because like it gets worse because they added an extra scene.
Yeah,
Ozai gives Zuko a chance, like while he's healing up from his eye, saying like, compassion is a sign of weakness, but like I can give you another chance, like to kind of like, basically like saying what separates the Fire Nation from everybody else is that the sacrifice has to sacrifice the weak to win the war. But then Zuko's like, I'd rather, I would rather let the weak have a chance to become better than like getting rid of them. And then which is like, again, Ozai would not give Zuko a chance. He disrespected him, and he was not fighting him when he was supposed to. So that's what got him over the edge to banish him as well. But the thing is, like, And then again, they have Ozai saying that compassion is a sign of weakness and all that stuff. But the thing is, he still gives. So I guess this is a spoiler for the end of the episode, but Ozai gives the 41st Division to Zuko for that army that Zuko carries with him throughout the season. And so a lot of people praise this change because, like, again, in the OG
A lot
show,
of people say
they never
this is
say that the
the best.
41st Division is this team that Zuko's with, and it's implied that they're not because the 41st Division they sound like a bunch of bombs. Like, let's be honest, because like they even say that essentially. So my thing here is like Ozai needs the 41st Division, the bombs from 41st Division, for the sake of a distraction to help, like, do an overtake against the Earth Kingdom. That was the point of that plan. But here they have Ozai essentially conforming to the compassion that Zuko is showing by letting the 41st Division live and be his army to work with. And it's like, it's not a good change in my opinion. It's a good change for Zuko because, like, Zuko, his compassion is what got people to survive. Like, I mean, as Iroh said, it's like you are alive because of Zuko's choice to defend you guys, and he was banished because of you guys. It's like I like that concept, but it affects Ozai. The problem is like this change affects Ozai as a person because, like, okay, if Ozai does not give a shit, then why'd you give up your?
Why does he?
You
Why does
needed
he change his plan? Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think he do that.
Yeah, I was literally just watching. I was like, really? What the fuck? I mean, yeah, I felt something when it's like when like everyone respects Zuko.
Yeah, though
But it's
I
like,
though I did hate that. It's like I hate the part. It's like, but we're the 41st Division. It's by
was like,
the
yeah,
extra guy.
was like, I mean, just have him look at shock and just have him look at it at shock was like,
And then you could just have Iris say, "Yes, Zuko was the one that saved you." You didn't have to
yeah.
have him say, oh, "But we're the 41st Division."
Funny.
Yeah, that's my thing. It's like
So-
I don't know how you can save the scene without making Ozai look like a dick, or like, well, I don't want to say that word anymore. But like it's a decent change for Zuko and the 41st Division, technically speaking, but I think it
It's at the
affects
cost of
Ozai's character.
Ozai.
It's at the cost of Ozai, which
Yeah. So between
I can also understand. My last point. I can also understand, like, people like to strengthen the hero or the protagonist character over the antagonist. Like, if you want to take a good moment for the protagonist over your antagonist, people will normally take that because, like, yeah, we're going to see Zuko more and more often, so it's like it's better to make him better than make Ozai better. It's like, okay, I guess that makes sense in that aspect, but like I feel like there is a way to save Ozai from looking less like a moron. But yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's so weird.
so with that and the
Yeah.
first scene when he says, "Don't talk to me of loss," implying maybe Zuko's mom. So yeah, it seems with this version, like he regrets, like he really didn't want to do a lot of things, so like maybe the banishment and the burning and all. Which I guess they want him to be more layered and stuff, but just makes him look like pretty weak sauce in this version.
Yeah, that's my biggest flaw with him.
Yeah.
And my other thing too is, like, I'm okay with giving Ozai more to do because he didn't really get to do that much in the OG show, but that's kind of like for the purpose of you need to build him up as the big bad, and you have to build up like the fear and intimidation of this guy. And I mean, they did it in the OG show in that aspect, which obviously you can add a little bit more to make him a little bit more layered and more nuanced by seeing his perspective. But the problem is, like, when you see too much of his perspective, then it can become okay. And then I don't really want this anymore. Yeah. So that's pretty much all of that backstory.
Let's go to the main plot.
So the main plot, Aang travels all the way to Crescent Island. So he leaves Appa behind because he thinks it's going to be too dangerous for him to go there. So he has to go and find Roku. So they don't have this aspect of Roku needs to talk to Aang on the eclipse. Otherwise he'll miss his chance to talk to Roku at all. By the way, we keep talking about Roku as if he's super important. Unity. That's because Roku is the avatar before Aang. Uh, like, and he talks to Roku a lot in the OG show. In this season, he only talks to Roku once.
Hmm.
The one time in this episode. And it had nothing to do with the main plot. It had nothing to do with the main story of all 3 seasons. It had nothing to do with anything like what would Roku talk about. In fact, he doesn't even act like Roku in the scene. So we'll get to that.
Yeah, let's just talk about how dumb that Aang's plan is. Do you know what Aang's plan to go to talk to Roku?
Well, first off, like my big problem too is like in the OG show, it took them all day to get to from where they were to Crescent Island to talk to Roku. It took like all day, like almost like practically almost like time's up kind of day. And yeah, for some reason, Aang just flies there on his own
Yeah,
with his glider, easy
what's like-
peasy.
I was like,
In
wait, what
Fire Nation territory as well, by the way.
yeah, and he was like, oh fuck. I was like, how? I was like, first off, where are the defenses? And second of all, I was like, wait, do you just walk into like the Ming Palace and just like just ask them? I was like, that's your plan? I mean, lucky as fuck, there's a guy who's like, there's a Fire Nation guy who's loyal to Roku still there, so he can,
Help him.
help. Yeah, and there's a secret fucking tunnel inside the palace thing. I was like, why
There's
would?
always secret tunnels.
I was like, why? It's like it's not even secret. The animals literally figured that out like right after.
Yeah. Yeah. And then as you mentioned, the fire stages and all that. We also had like the whole like avatar. So they go to the shrine and Roku, they get to talk. And Roku is not like Roku in the OG show. Roku's like cracking jokes. Roku's like having a nice laugh with Aang. Roku's not talking about the Sozin's comet. Roku's not like talking about the serious natures of things. But there is one thing he says. After he gives so apparently Roku stole a special statue from Ko, and Roku says that give it back to Ko, and then he'll probably ask him to trade it for the friends' lives. And before he leaves, Roku says, "Don't rely on your friends too much." And then that's when he leaves. And then once he leaves, turns out all the fire sages are paralyzed. And then he is soon knocked out by Nyla June.
I was like, wow, timing. And how did you find them?
How did she find him? I mean, how the fuck did they get on the crescent moon? First off, that thing is like it's a mole. It can't like travel in the water. I mean, they literally have like a whole thing in the OG show like where he can't even smell in water. So I don't know how that happened. Yeah, she just shows up and teleports right there. And yeah, man, what else would happen? So Admiral Zhao takes charge of Zuko's ship and his crew, and while Zuko tries to motivate the crew, so one of the lieutenants is like, he may be a prince, but he's not our prince because apparently he's a piece of shit. Which fair enough. Zuko hasn't been very kind to them. In the first few episodes, so makes sense. Aang learns that he was captured by the bounty hunter June, who was hired by Zuko and Iroh, and then Aang begs Zuko to let him go so he can save his friends, but then Zuko refuses. So Zhao arrives and takes Aang off of Zuko's hands and locks him up in a stronghold. Then, so there's another thing I hate too is like he kind of has like this like scared dialogue moment, whereas like compared to the OG moment, he's like, "Why don't you unlock my bonds and I'll kick your butt?"
To be honest, there's a lot of things I don't even remember. It's like, oh fuck yeah, there's a June and Aang scene, which she basically just said, "Oh fuck, yeah, I just do it for the money. I don't care
Yeah.
about the people." It was like, okay, it's like, oh, it was like, yeah, sure, and she just basically fucks off from the story after that.
Yeah, 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 and then so then this blue spirit comes in, swordsman, helps rescue Aang, and then the two of them escape. And then then the blue spirit, he gets knocked out unconscious, and then it's revealed to be that was Zuko. Aang saves Zuko, and then the two hide in a barn somewhere, and they both bond until Aang mentions that Zuko seems to be compassionate, and then Zuko remembers his father's words that being compassionate is a sign of weakness. So then Zuko attacks Aang in self-defense, and then Aang knocks him out with airbending. Then Aang also puts Zuko on his boat, and then asks him if they knew each other 100 years ago, if they could be friends. Zuko gets upset with this comment, and then
To be
Aang
honest,
pretty much escapes.
it's a lot of things. I was like, I don't even know what to say about this. It's like, okay, how the fuck did like Zuko fucking destroy the entire palace? Which they say not even an army can get through it.
Yeah, he just did it.
He just did, yep. And they never established he's good at swords. He just like, oh, he just did. He's a bunch of guys with her. And it's like I remember this scene from like the M Night movie, which is like, well, at least they set up the fact that like Zuko can beat firebenders without firebending.
Yeah. Yeah. And then so then Zuko goes back to the boat, and then so during this time Iroh tells the story about Zuko and his origins, and like how the 41st division was kept alive because of Zuko. And then when Zuko returns, everybody's like welcoming him back, claiming that their prince has returned, which again seems like a very nice moment in hindsight. So
Hey, hello, I'm back.
But it,
Sorry, I had to mute for a bit, but I was listening. Yeah,
Sorry.
Roku stuff, dumb. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of things. By the way, do you know Aang basically just like, oh fuck, why do I? It's like Aang just jumped the gun. It's like, oh fuck, maybe we can be friends, even though Zuko tries to keep insisting he just want to bring him back himself because he wants to go home.
Yeah, which again,
It's
a lot. So it is something that he says in the OG show, but like they go a little bit more overboard in the conversation because like he's actually like talking about.
Yeah, they have like a conversation.
Like they have a legit conversation, whereas like
in the original, when Zuko wakes up, he immediately attacks him and then leaves.
Yeah.
And then leaves.
Yeah.
But here it's like, oh, maybe he's getting through. Until then, they say about compassion,
which is like,
It's weird.
remember what your father said.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah. I feel like it's worth mentioning too. Sorry, just to go back a bit. I think it's worth mentioning how easy it was for Aang to get inside in this version, and you just talk with him like that. There's no, it doesn't have to be at any specific time, like during the solstice, or that he needs to firebend to open the door.
Yeah, because they didn't do that at all.
It's just like just a quick thing. 5 minutes to talk to Roku, then he's out, and then June found him somehow.
And Roku is like laughing like an old uncle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's goofball. Yeah.
Goofball. Yeah.
Dude, yeah.
You would think that Kyoshi was his previous avatar, not Roku.
Mm-hmm.
It's
and the one other thing I'd like your thought on was what was it? Oh, it's like that whole thing is like where Aang is like kind of like, no, you gotta let me out, please, no, and then it's like versus the animated, it's like, why don't you unlock my chains? I'll kick your butt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard you say that. Yeah,
yeah.
Boo.
Yeah, so Aang just goes back to Ko, and he trades the statues for their lives, and yeah, that just happens to work.
He just places on the ground, and then Code just gives everybody back. There's not
Yeah.
even a conversation. They're weird.
It's and also there's some really stupid planning on it's like Zhao's part. It's like let him go. Let's open the door and let the masked guy go.
What was so
Yeah.
then the archer could
Knock
have a
out
clean shot
Zuko.
once they
Yeah.
got past the gates.
Which was like, no, you don't. I'm sorry. Which was like, you.
So my thing about this was in the show, but like in the
Mhm.
OG show, but the difference was like I feel like Zuko does a better job keeping Aang, like keeping his head right next to Aang. So I think that's kind of the thing with the adaptation. Like you can't really make it work because like Zuko's like clearly like a head taller than Aang, so it feels like there is a very clear shot to Zuko's head.
Yeah.
Like if you just look at this image right here, I don't know, but like in the OG show, like there's at least like the mix of shadows. There's a mix of like Zuko's also moving around, so he's it feels like he might hit Aang instead of him. So
Mhm.
I don't know. I feel like that's like an adaptation thing where it works in the OG show, but I don't think it works in live action.
Yeah. I remember like they introduced the archers. Like what the fuck, like Fu Yang archers, whatever.
Yeah, because apparently Azula bought them for Zhao because that's her secret admirer boyfriend, I guess.
Yeah, and Zhao, like when he's kidnapping Aang from Zuko, he's like, oh, by the way, I got archers from that could shoot really well. I was like, thanks, you have an entire army. You don't have to specifically mention that.
Yeah.
It's just like, why?
Again, they do put attention on the archers in the show, but like that's also because like we didn't see archers like that in the Fire Nation before, so like there was like a specific reason why they highlighted them there.
mean,
I just feel like here it's like overkill in terms of like exposition.
Oh no! If only you have put archers in the genocide scene of the Nomad. Because if you want to make something.
Well, to be fair, that was 100 years ago.
Yeah.
So this is a more modern team.
Or the episode 3 when they attack Kyoshi Island. That's a way.
Yeah, and then the way this ends is Aang tries to go back to Gyatso, but Gyatso's gone. That's how it ends.
Yeah.
Not much to say.
Hey, bye. He never gets healed.
Hey, bye never gets healed. So
yeah. Also, but apparently they only have one super archer in episode 6 and stuff. Like immediately shoot rapid fire the arrows. That's writing.
Ah, man, Princess Yue and the North. My God.
Yay.
Again, I keep saying this episode is shit, but they're all shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's see what happens. Zuko's ship, you get so there's information that Ozai was coming to visit Zuko, and Iroh tells Zuko to get out because so that he can handle Ozai. But it turns out Zuko was in a ploy because apparently there was some blasting jelly on the boat, and it explodes while he's in the water.
I was like, wait.
So Zhao was the mastermind behind this explosion.
What was like?
How did he find out Zuko was this blue spirit in this version? Azula told him or something, they said?
Yeah, Azula told him because the blade he uses, even though they never highlight the fact that.
But how did Azula know?
The
Has
blade?
swords been used?
Yeah, he has the blade, the really specific blade Zuko uses.
Yeah, because
Azula in the cartoon, because Zhao saw the blades on Zuko's ship.
That's because
so I guess Azula saw them here. I was a bit lost with this one.
It's so weird.
Yeah, it's because like Azula is Zhao's like puppet. So
yeah.
It's very good that we have this trope in the show, despite they didn't realize that they did that.
This is such a great fucking. It's like
in the OG show, Zhao does meet Zuko in his quarters, and then he sees that the swords on the banister was like the same swords that the Blue Spirit had, which Zuko insisted like they were just decorative, like they're not real swords. Which Zhao didn't believe, but like he saw it with his own eyes and came to his own conclusion. that the blue spirit is Zuko. Whereas like in the here, Zula just tells him straight up.
Yeah,
Cool.
and so so there's what do you want to say? I was like,
Yeah, so they blow up the ship.
I was like, wait, how the fuck does Shao plan even work? I was like, oh, you see, he just drunk. He just get like what the first division general and just got him drunk, and he heard some things that, and he was like, yeah, then he will bring him in the ship that is fucking full of explosives. Then
Well,
no one knows, and he would
and
just.
my thing too is like, why the fuck would Ozai come to the ship? Like let's think logically here. It's like why would Ozai, the Fire Lord, agree to come to Zuko's ship out in the middle of nowhere, heading towards the Northern Water Tribe? I don't see what benefit Ozai would have to go up there. I don't know. It's like that was like a very stupid story. At least like the difference in the show is like Zhao stole Zuko's like he bought out Zuko's forces so that they could be on his team. So that's why he had no army on the ship. And then he hired the pirates to blow up the ship for him. So that's why Zuko's all by himself on the ship. That's also why they were able to explode him without Zuko being like suspicious. Whereas like if the story's like, oh, Ozai is coming to visit Zuko in the middle of northern waters, it's like I don't know. That's just what a bizarre story.
Because they won the first division change, so it's like,
so we can't have them betray him. So,
which is like, that's it. By the way, Zuko somehow survived that explosion. It was like, wow, yeah, sure, you're not fireproof because your father burned your fucking eyes. Just saying.
Yeah. So Zhao gives Iroh the opportunity to join as his general for the siege against the Northern Water Tribe. And they finally make it to the Northern Water Tribe. Remember our great gang?
No.
Those friends.
They went on so many adventures together.
They went on so many adventures separately.
I remember. I remember how much they keep saying they're friends.
Yeah. So here's the hilarious part. So they're treated by the hospitality in the Northern Water Tribe by Chief Arnuk and his daughter Princess Yue. And then one of the first scenes we see is Sokka goes into the kitchens and the princess is making food in the kitchen. That's you can't make this up, man. So Yue's in the kitchen. Arnuk and the waterbending master Pakku they're unimpressed because Aang only learned one element. So he's not going to be very useful for this war, which fair enough.
I was like, yeah, that's why you came here. You want to get trained. It was like, fuck, you just train him immediately.
Well, that's in the OG show. In this one, I need to stop a danger that will happen, but I have no incentive to learn bending. Not until the finale. But yeah, so here's my thing. I have a few things to say about Yue. They revealed that she was the fox that Sokka saw in the spirit world. Apparently, because she was born very sick and like she was dying, and then some of the moon spirit energy was used to heal her. So that's what makes her part spirit and mostly human. And this also gives her the superpower to enter the spirit world in her dreams. So yeah, I guess like you can have a human go into the spirit world through a spirit somehow. But that's not really the worst part for me. The other part that I hate is like they made her a waterbender. So whereas in the OG show she wasn't a waterbender. Yeah. And that's the thing is like, so Sokka had such a massive relationship thing with Suki in this show compared to the OG. So now it's like when we're making the actual relationship with Yue, there's nothing here, or like there is something here, but it's just outside of like uh,
Hey,
grown adults want to fuck each other. So it's like I guess like if that's all we got to do,
yeah,
sure, I guess.
it's just like they just explain the backstory to each other. Like, yeah, fuck, yeah, I'm sick, blah blah blah, something like this. And do
I'm
you
in love
know?
with you now.
Yeah,
So
I was surprised that she turns into a fox spirit, and in the dream was like, oh fuck. By the way, get out of this place. Get out of this place because you're being fucked over. You'll be fucked over by some monsters. She didn't do any of that.
yeah, that once again, that's not in the OG show.
Yeah.
Yue can't do that.
No.
She doesn't have waterbending either. I mean, that was kind of like the thing about Sokka is like he related so well with the women that don't bend, like he can. So I don't know, but they don't give him his insecurity of being the non-bender in the friend group. So what do we know? I guess. Yeah. So that's pretty much UA. Um, then Aang visits Karuk, and then as we talked about, Karuk, he's like, can't you just do what Kyoshi did? I was like, no, because like I had an adventure in the spirit world, and they got pissed at me, so I can't access the Avatar state. And then he also tells Aang, dude, stop relying on your friends. They're gonna hold you back. The same thing Roku said, the same thing Kyoshi said. So
Running theme with them.
So with 3 for 3, he's like, all right, I guess my friends aren't shit. So yeah, he decides to go fight the Fire Nation alone. Speaking of the Fire Nation, back to Azula. Back to Azula.
I think it's like there's so much shit. I was like, I
Yeah.
literally watched this episode like today, during my fucking drama rehearsal. I was like, wow, what the fuck am I watching?
Yeah. But back at the spirit, back at the Fire Nation, Azula is constantly being tested by her father, where she gets annoyed to the point where she needs to be known as the best firebender, and she refuses to participate in one of her. So, hear me out. She refuses to participate in one of her father's challenges, but the way she gets out of this, this thing that is complete disrespect to the Fire Lord, like how Zuko got his eye burned.
Mm-hmm.
She says, "Oh, I know this thing called lightning bending," and then she just does it, and then Ozai's happy with that, and that's that. It's
I was
like,
like,
are you fucking kidding me? You made Ozai even more of a bitch.
yeah, and even not just that, I was so
Not just
baffled.
Ozai,
Like,
but like also with Azula.
I mean, yeah, I was literally looking. I was like, wait, what the fuck? She can shoot lightning? I was like, I know a lightning banding is a thing. I was like, what? But I was like, what does that came from? How did that work? How are you surprised by that? Like, what is happening?
Oh, and there's also don't forget the earlier scene where during the training she got angry and we see the blue fire for a second. Whoa.
Yeah. It's like,
I was
it's gonna be set up like they're gonna develop how she gets from orange fire to blue fire. Yeah, no, that didn't happen.
But no, that didn't happen. Yeah.
She
yeah,
could just do it if she's angry enough. But it's
it's
like
like
again, I could have been fine with it with her season arc just being about that. If like, but it's just it's even worse for me too because like they always have to cut back to the Fire Nation just to remind you that Azula's in the show. Just remember that, guys.
I was like,
Remember that.
no thanks. I'll just keep her for season 2 if you want to develop her.
Yeah, it's like if she's not going to affect the plot at all, if she's not going to be on the adventure, if she's not going to go look for the Avatar, she's going to suck Zhao's cock off screen, I guess. And then outside of that, nothing else. I mean, she's upset with her dad for what? Because Zuko's getting all the love and attention from her father. Wow, that does not sound like
Same.
Ozai at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. What the fuck?
It's like, my God, it's like, and it's like you're taking the worst aspects of Zuko and applying them to Azula. Like, I won't even call it the worst aspect because for Zuko it makes sense with his character, but like none of Zuko's traits make sense to put into Azula, and I don't know why this is the direction they decided to go with Azula. I mean, outside of we need to make sympathetic villains. Sorry, man, you don't have to make every villain sympathetic. I'm sorry.
I mean,
I
you
mean,
didn't make
you
Zhao.
already have Zuko for that.
Yeah, it was like, by the way, Zhao is not sympathetic at all, and you still commit to make him just like, the evilest asshole.
Yeah, it really makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Ozai has no spine. Like Azula can blatantly disrespect her in front of everybody.
Yeah.
But because she can lightning bend, it's like, oh, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I was like, I just don't care. I was so ashamed because I was like,
Lame.
it's like, yeah, a lot of things. I was like, dude, I remember a lot of things from the M Night movie. I was like, I think they did it better there. I'm sorry.
I remember that Aang had to learn waterbending. I'll say that much.
Hey,
Yes, I remember that Aang had to waterbend.
Yep.
Oh man, speaking of waterbending, Katara goes to learn waterbending. So throughout the show, she waterbends pretty fine. To the point where, yeah, she goes, meets Yagoda, and this is how she learns that she can heal wounds. Because they cut out the part where Aang learns firebending from Zhong, which is like, I guess you can technically save this for season 3. In a way, like you can save it for season 3, where for fire that season, where he finds like he tries to do it, but it's like not working out for him because like he's too dangerous with it because he wants to goof around with the fire to the point where he hurts Katara, and that's So I guess let's not have his other character flaw where he's so scared of firebending that he wants to refuse to learn it.
Yeah.
So yeah. So Katara just learns now that she can heal.
I've meant much to say about this scene. I was like, what? I was like, this scene it's like it's just. I was like, I was literally just face palm. I was like, she was like, I was like, if you tell me, I was like, oh fuck, you can heal wounds with that. I was like, do you know how useful that is? If you can heal wounds with water.
Yeah. Well, obviously, like that kind of stuff. I mean, this thing was trending on Twitter, anyways. Like how like it's like you can like heal anything, whereas like where they kind of show you like no, it like there are some limitations to that. I'm just saying that because like that's trending on Twitter right now about the whole magic system in Avatar.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh fuck, you can heal wounds. Shit. And then she was like, oh no, can you teach me something more combat heavy? I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Do you know how I was like, what? I was like, Bill, I'm a fighter. I was like, no. I was literally want to say to myself, you want to prove your father correct. Like, you want to be a better waterbender. It's like if you see a technique that you don't know, you didn't realize it exists, and it's an important technique that would be really useful for adventures. It's like, why won't you learn that already? Why don't you choose to learn that?
Yeah, so the big thing about Katara is waterbending. Well, so the thing is like she doesn't want to be just a healer, she wants to be a fighter. That was like something that's very clear in like the first season as well. For the OG show. So when they do this whole thing with Katara, so my thing about Katara in the show, since we barely talked about her because there's nothing to talk about. She just like she's pretty much just there for the ride. You do not get her bossy nature. You don't really get her compassionate mother nature. You don't get the sense of like her trying to figure out how to have fun, because Aang is just the one person that can kind of like make her more happy and make her more like remember that she's a child, even though she doesn't feel like it. Doesn't do all the weight of responsibility that she has. Not to mention, they've completely reduced all the aspect of her getting sexist remarks from Sokka and Master Paku. I mean, there is like a sprinkle of that in this episode, only to the extent of, well, you see, women do not fight in the Northern Water Tribe. That only goes for the men. So you have to go to Paku to learn that.
Yeah, it's so weird. I was literally looking at it, I was like, what the fuck? Do you know how useful healing is in a war situation?
Yeah, I mean, so the idea is like healing is for women, fighting is for men. That's kind of like that's kind of like the baseline of what they're going for. Which I guess you can argue like that's very simplistic point of view for Avatar, but it is a kids show to be fair.
Yeah, I was like, to be fair, they try to sell it to as Game of Thrones, so.
Yeah, but that's the problem with this one comparing itself to the Game of Thrones. To be fair.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so she challenges Paku to the deal. Paku wins. They do not do the necklace thing.
No. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where he
was going to marry Katara's
grandmother, but
not in this one.
They couldn't because of this arranged marriage and all that. And they also, speaking of arranged marriages, the thing that made Yue cry in the original, she doesn't have one here. So
she was just able to call it off.
She was able to call it off. They also made the guy like a nice guy.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he's not the arrogant jerk.
Not the arrogant
no, because I know why. No. Because they want to rip off like Harry Potter in the next episode. I'm not fucking kidding.
Yeah.
Also means that we don't get the Admiral Choi. Prepare to meet your fate, and then he just throws him off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Katara.
Seen in the original.
Yeah. So because Katara put up a good fight against Paku, it inspires everybody, including Paku himself. And then so he's like, "Yeah, I'll train you now." Okay, so
was like,
train the fucking Avatar. What was the point of this fight? I was like, I don't want to train the Avatar though. Wow, this old man does not want to have the privilege to be the one to train the Avatar.
Yeah.
Okay. Because Aang doesn't want to learn right now.
Yeah.
Wow. You don't want to learn now, huh?
Yeah, it's like for me, it's just
Fire Nation is coming to attack any day now, and you just still don't want to learn, huh?
I really hate it. It's so weird. It's like this old guy's really stupid. It's like because he's a traditionalist. He's like, shut up. That doesn't make sense. For one, you have to simplify the really. It's like healing is for women, fighting is for men. It's like no. In a wartime, you have no idea how useful healing is if you can instant heal anyone.
But yeah, again, it's not an instant heal, but
yeah.
But yeah, that that leaves. So again, my last comment with Yue before we kind of go to the last episode. I know like in the OG show, like a lot of people criticize like Yue in the sense that like, so Sokka is kind of a weird guy, yet she can make him laugh. But it's like, to be fair, he has Riz. That's why he can do that so easily, for Sokka. And then not to mention, so the one of the bigger criticisms I can understand is like she does kiss Sokka first and then reveals that she's engaged, which is like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
But and then like Sokka's justification is like, well, she clearly doesn't love him, doesn't even want to mention him, kind of thing. So it's like, yeah, I get that part, but it's still like wrong, in a technical standpoint.
Yeah, I want to say something. Do you know how they introduce Yue?
In the kitchen.
No, even worse.
No, it's just funny to say that.
Yue, she's dedicated, kind, generous. She represents the highest ideas of our tribe. She is the best of us.
Expositional dialogue.
Yeah. And this wig is fucking shit, man.
Oh yeah, it seems live action Yues are just cursed with bad hair.
Live action Yue is always cursed with bad hair. Yeah. God. Ember Mid-Thunder. Come on, man.
Yeah, to be honest, I expect her to be playing, a more action-heavy role instead of this.
Yeah, I can understand that. It is like, I guess the only problem is like she is like older compared to a lot of the other characters. So I understand why they chose Yue, because like that's pretty much the oldest character they can use for like a Native American character in the Water Tribe. So I understand why they picked Yue in particular. And she can't be Katara because like she's too old for that. Despite she can obviously do the action abilities and all that stuff. And we just don't see any like waterbenders, like any other waterbenders like of their age range, like Sokka and Katara. So I understand why they picked that, picked her for that, despite it not being a conventional pick. But yeah.
It's
So that
what?
leaves us. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, what the fuck even happened to this episode? It's a
Yeah,
thing.
the finale.
Finale, the
Oh
Fire
my
Nation
god,
attack.
that's
This
it?
episode.
Oh fuck, yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Right,
so
right.
we
The
we kind
Ashes
of got
just
that 20
yeah,
episodes to 8 episodes.
yeah. Let's just talk about how they noticed that Fire Nation attacked. They got some ashes fall from the sky because for reasons.
Well, that's also
Well,
from the OG show.
Yeah, I was like, wait,
That's
wait, what? Oh,
everything.
to be fair, I was like, wait, where did the ashes come from? Is there
Well,
someone
so-
burn?
It's from the smoke.
the smoke in the air mixes with the snow, so like comes down to soot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Which is like,
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, so the three of them, they try to ambush the Fire Navy ship. They defeat the soldiers on board, but then they realize there are too many ships out there to be fighting.
Which is like, no shit.
Yeah.
By the way, I think this is the first time they ever worked together to do something.
Yeah, that's the sad part.
Yeah.
Because in the OG show, Aang does it by himself, but that's kind of justified because Aang could be on the front lines, whereas like the other guys can protect it from the inside and the city walls. So it kind of makes sense why they were separated for that. But here they kind of forced them because I guess we didn't have them do a team up this entire season. We might as well do that now in our finale episode. So okay. So then the battle begins. Fire Nation tries to break through the walls. Katara convinces Paku to let her help. She joins forces against the Fire Nation.
Oh, but remember that really cringe scene?
Which one?
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
You know, oh no, yeah, the one trending on Twitter as well. Which Katara just like shows the entire nation, it's like including all the women who's gonna fight with you.
Oh,
yeah, the endgame thing.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? Why are you standing in a line instead of being ready already?
She's got help.
Yeah, and I was like, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? You just lost all the healers that can heal every wounded soldiers.
Yeah.
This shows understanding of nuance. It's absolutely zero.
Yeah, and then the chief is like, Sokka, I need you to protect my daughter. So yeah. And what else? Zuko, he sneaks into the water tribe. He tries to find the Avatar.
I was like, wow.
Iroh's like, Iroh tells Zhao like, don't try not to attack in the nighttime because otherwise the waterbenders will get very strong because the ice moon is coming up, which is basically the full moon. Yeah, so Zhao reveals that actually the thing is I have this knife that I found. It was actually from Avatar Roku's temple that once belonged to Avatar Karuk, and it's capable of killing a moon spirit, its physical form. And his plan is to render the waterbenders powerless to destroy the moon. So here's my problem. First off, the blade idea came from the OG show, the OG movie. Sorry, like this blade that can cut the fish. Like that was not in the OG show. He uses regular fire bending on it.
Mm-hmm.
The whole knife thing comes from that, and it's like, oh, Karuk just has a blade that can cut a spirit. Okay.
Yeah, it's like, which was like, wow, you just so happens to have that because reasons. I don't know.
Yeah. Whereas So the thing is, like, he did go into the library to find information about the moon spirits and how they live in the Northern Water Tribe, but that was like just to find the spirits, not how to kill them. So I don't know. That's just kind of weird. Yeah, so during a battle, Momo, we haven't mentioned Momo at all because Why
He
would
hasn't done anything.
I think this scene's just fucked
Momo
over.
gets fatally injured while saving a child, and
And I was
Yue-
like, wait, they might actually kill him there because he hasn't done anything. I got a bit worried for him, but then I was like, oh wait, no, this is to set the healing. Okay.
Yeah.
yeah. So it turns out Yue takes Sokka to the Spirit Oasis, where the Moon Spirit healed her as a child. So there, Sokka heals Momo in the water.
I was like, I was looking at this and I was like, okay, you fucked over the entire episode. I was like, oh, so there should be a lot more people than Princess Yu who should be in this pond because the moon spirit can just heal anyone if they just throw them in the water.
So here's the thing: why they don't do that in the OG show, they specifically say that it is a curse to do that because eventually, I mean, so as you know, Yue has to give up her life in the end.
Mhm.
So the way that, and then her dad tells Sokka afterwards that like, I always feared this day would come because like if you want life restored by the moon spirit, you'll have to give it back to the moon eventually. So yeah, that meant sacrificing her life to save the koi fish. So like there is that explanation. It's like if you're gonna have to give up your life because they say they use like their spirit power to save you in that aspect, which is like, so my problem here is that they used it for Momo. So it's like, now if Momo died for good, then it's like, then this wouldn't be a problem. But because Momo can go up and about and live as long as it does, it kind of makes it, now it's like, okay, now you just introduced the whole thing. You took away the curse aspect for other characters like to do that, and I don't know. It's like, and I also find it dumb because like you're introducing a concept of bringing people back to life, or like treating a fatal injury so worse that it could kill him. I don't know. It's just like just to set up that power, I guess. Even though Yue already said her backstory, so why do we need to see this too?
Yeah, not to mention was like, dude, do you know how stupid that it is that Prince Yu doesn't even need to sacrifice herself? Because by that logic, there should be some
Sacrifice
random.
Momo.
Yeah, like there should be a lot more people who should be in this pond, just like have the moon
He's
spirit
just a
in them.
dumb animal.
Yep. I was like,
Mhm.
just there should be a lot more citizens who are willing to sacrifice themselves because you know.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's still like a curse. So like you can understand the thing is like, would you rather live a life where you have to you have to give yourself back to the moon eventually? Which is like, she only died at 16 in the OG show, so it's not that old. So yeah, there's things like that. So I can understand like some people, like, they're not gonna feel comfortable doing that. But I do think when you introduce like Momo getting healed like that, then it's like, okay, you can apply it for animals, I guess. Fine.
Yeah. Or anyone if they just sleep on the pond, really. Yeah, it's like it's insane because I was like, everyone should have a moon spirit at that point if anyone suffers a fatal injury.
Yeah. My only thing is like, it's like that whole thing is like you're living a cursed life, and like in that sense, like you're gonna die eventually, but you'll have to give up your thing that's keeping you alive one day back from the moon.
Yeah.
So I can understand that not being appealing for a lot of people. Yeah, so Zuko enters the water tribe. Iroh, right, we talked about that. Yeah, he has a knife that can like kill spirits.
Oh, by the way, let's just talk about like what Zhao's. Do you know what Zhao said? It was like, hey, do you know how does the moon spirit look like? I was like, I don't know. It's like, can you please tell me then help me find how they look like?
Which is like weird.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Again, my thing about like, so Zhao didn't know what it looked like either in the OG show, but like the thing is like he knew where to look for it. especially like it's in a protective chamber of the water tribe, like in the heart of the city. So, and then when he sees the two fish in the water, it's like, yeah, that's the spirit. Because they're always circling in that circular motion, like a yin yang, obviously. So yeah, you know.
Yeah.
But here it's like, can you just help me out and find this thing?
I was like,
This is so
yeah,
cool.
sure. Yeah, sure. You can just find it across a fucking city.
I don't know what this direction was. Yeah. So so he does kill the koi fish, and though
Because
Was it here?
before that,
no, that's I was like, I remember.
Zuko arrives trying
Yeah.
to capture the Avatar. Katara gets in a fight. Aang rushes
Yeah.
to the Spirit Oasis. Iroh tries again to warn Zhao, if you kill the Moon Spirit, you're going to affect the balance of everything that life holds dear to. So don't do it. But
But don't
then
forget
Zhao's like,
when.
yeah.
Don't forget when Katara fought Zuko. It's like he does the lines like, "You found a peasant, didn't you?" But then she says, "Me."
Yeah. I was like, to be honest, I just
Great.
want to.
Right.
Yeah.
They had this whole thing a bunch of times. So it's like, I taught you how to do waterbending. You didn't help me. I did it myself. Which is like, okay. Katara has none of the sauce.
None.
Katara-
None of the
None of
characters
them have
do.
the sauce, to be
No,
fair.
I was so surprised that Katara and Zuko just keep fighting each other instead of Aang.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, so all the waterbenders lose their bending abilities because Zhao kills the fish.
No,
Was
because
it here, or is that
yeah.
the movie where they're only? I'm confused. Is this the one where it's like they only are in the physical form for one night, or is that in the movie? I got mixed up.
Which physical form?
In one of the live action ones, because this wasn't in the cartoon, they said that the spirits only go into physical form on the night of the full moon. I don't remember. Maybe it was the movie.
I don't
It
think
might be the movie because the
Yeah.
OG show, Aang
Yeah, that didn't happen in the
Aang didn't know
cartoon.
what to do. That was like an out of desperation move.
No, but to be honest, the movie does this better. Because because
shit.
at least really, because in this version, Aang basically put the fish really, really, really slow for some reason. So Zhao has the time to stab it. In the movie, Zhao stab it when he got it on his hands. I was like, yeah, the movie did it better. Because Aang is not stupid there. Oh, Aang is not there.
Wow, he's stupid, but that's another conversation. Yeah. So yeah, all the waterbenders lose their bending abilities. Fire Nation breach the walls. Iroh defeats his firebending guards, and then Zhao flees away. Aang merges with the ocean spirit. He creates that giant rampaging spirit monster.
Which was like, I was like, fun. I was like, I literally thought you guys are ripping off Korra for some reason.
Nah, it's from the OG
the cartoon.
Yeah, and then I just think the whole the aspect of how they got to this point was kind of weak, but yeah. Defeating all the Fire Nation forces. So the monsters like wrecking the city. They put a lot of money into this scene, so fair enough. Katara so this is where they have Katara plead with Aang to come back as she needs him. It's like, which is like,
but it's
why are we doing
pointless here.
And like, this is the scene where he doesn't lose control.
Was like, maybe just do it like after he kills destroy all the Fire Nation first. Just saying.
Yeah, it's that, and because they said here that if they said that if the moon didn't come back, that Aang was lost in this forever. So the talking to, I don't get it either. But the talking, Katara talking, trying to talk about it was just entirely useless.
And everyone, it's so bizarre. And everyone's like, oh fuck, let's sacrifice Momo because it's a stupid monkey we don't care about.
Yeah. So then, we'll get back to you in a second. Zuko confronts Zhao, and they duel. Zuko wins.
And
Zhao says that Azula was his. I'm really trying not to say those words, but like, you know what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So Azula was his side piece, and he was like backing up his
bless
search for
you.
the Avatar. Saying
He
that
wouldn't need
Zuko's
this.
entire mission was not really doing anything. Basically, he was like inspiring her to and testing Azula to be the next searcher for the Avatar, basically. Which it's so weird. I don't know
Was
why
like,
they made
why?
Zhao and Azula so their dynamic is so weird together. I don't know why they did this.
I was like, why the fuck did the M Night movie did it better? And she has like 2 scenes and one line.
Yeah, which I hate those too, but like at least it's better than what they
But
decide to do with this show.
I don't even hate the
Insane.
Azula scene once I saw this. Like, you know what the first scene Azula did in the movie is basically laugh at Zuko when he refused to fight his father. Which is like, yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, that's good response.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah. Yeah,
uh,
so it turns out
oh, by the way,
Zhao
my thing for this thing was like, why the fuck will you? Why would the fuck will you say all those? Shut up. You
uh,
just,
yeah,
yeah.
we can't have Azula finding out. We need to reveal that Zhao is grooming Azula. That's what I've been trying to say this entire time. Zuko. So yeah, he just tells Zuko that you're gonna have to worry about your sister. So even
Yeah,
even when I'm dead, which by the way,
you was like,
so
what?
Zhao trying to strike Zuko, and all of a sudden Iroh just straight up kills him.
Yeah,
Kills Zhao.
was like, shut up, Zhao. You literally just gave every reason for Zuko to kill you.
Yeah. First off, so in the OG show, Zhao doesn't die. He gets absorbed by
Well,
the
you think he does, but
you think he does the koi spirit, which some people
Yeah.
blame Aang for that, but it was the koi
No.
spirit that punished
Yeah,
Zhao for trying to
sure.
kill it. But yeah, that's how he goes out. Which he may have
They have
died,
it,
but then it reveals in Korra that he didn't die. He was just
and
trapped.
Zuko tries to save him. He says, "Take my hand," but then Zhao refuses and just lets himself get
Yeah,
taken.
it's also self-inflicted
Yeah,
demise.
Yeah, it's yeah. I'm just thinking a
Yeah,
lot
but
of
here Io just straight up kills Zhao. Nothing of it.
Mhm.
yeah.
Which is
unless
very
since
bizarre.
since his body is floating in the water, then they
Yeah.
take his soul through that.
Which I
yeah.
oh my god.
Yeah,
It's possible because
do
he
you
did land in
remember?
the water.
Yeah, do you remember Zhao's really logical motivation?
Um, well,
Souls.
essentially he's trying to destroy the spirit
Because he wants to be
to
king.
basically make the waterbenders not have waterbending powers because they need the moon in order to activate.
Also because he wants to be king, he wants to overthrow Fire Lord Ozai. So removing all the water benders will overthrow Ozai, I guess.
Oh, that's not in the OG.
Yeah.
The OG is just strictly for the Fire Nation. Not that he wants to be king.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Yeah. I was like, it's
I mean, it's like the concept is similar to Sozin. Like he wants to be remembered in history. Like he defeated the waterbending tribe. Like Sozin defeated the airbenders. Like that kind of thing. That's what he wants to do. Like
yeah.
he wants to be remembered in history for that guy who killed the waterbenders. Essentially, the next
Oh
the next bending race, which is that's like that. But that's his extent. Like not to be Fire Lord.
yeah.
This
Once
one thing is impressive already.
Yeah, once I take my place as the new Fire Lord, you can stand by my side. Your brother was.
Some goofy voice, yeah.
Yeah, basically. I literally read the fucking the lines that he said here. I was like, it's insane. But like, I literally just told you, yeah, he wants him to be remembered. They also have to remember his legacy as well, and also he wants to overthrow the Fire Lord.
Yeah, stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, so So during this, Yue realizes that she has to give up the portion of her life that was given to her when the moon spirit saved her as a child. Yue is the only one who can bring the moon back. Sokka tries to stop her, but Yue is still. So Yue still has waterbending abilities, despite the loss of the moon.
Yeah, it was like, I
which-
was like,
okay.
wait, what? Yeah.
I
guess
just
it's
I,
because the
I hate that she
spear
has
was
waterbending abilities in the first
yeah.
To
place.
be honest, I
care.
was, yeah. I see a post that said, at best, the show reminds you how good that cartoon is. At worst, you will actually think that M Night's movie it's not that bad because at least it's 2 hours.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah. Oh my God. There was this line too, like that I completely hated as well. Where she basically says you were. Oh, she said it in the last episode. It's like you were the man of my dreams to Sokka. So
Funny.
wow. So you have Suki tell Sokka, thank you for showing me the world, and then Yue says you are the man of my dreams. Okay, so this is better than what you had Sokka do in the OG show.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
They certainly thought it was better.
I mean, they both sound like scenes you can imply in the other context, if you were to use it that way. But since we're not being faithful to Game of Thrones, what are we doing here? What's the point of using Game of Thrones if we're not going to be faithful? Seems stupid to me.
Yay.
Yeah. So Yue still has her waterbending because she's a moon spirit, so the moon rules don't work for her. So she freezes Sokka's feet, and then she gives up her life. Then becomes the moon spirit, and restoring the benders their ability. This makes Aang and the ocean spirit separate, and the Fire Nation retreat.
Although, by the way, I really hate that Sokka was like, "Fuck, don't do it." I was like, "Motherfucker, everyone's dying."
Yeah, again, that is something from the OG, but like it's more earned in the OG because like they had a relationship that was pretty clear. Whereas like here, it's like they have it, but it's really just down to sexual tension and not really because of they like each other.
Yeah, I was literally looking at it, like, can you please shut up? First, it's literally more impactful if you just shut up.
Yeah, and it's like he does like say like don't do it, like despite Yue doing it.
I mean, it's like
but it's more effective because like Sokka's like crying in the OG.
Yeah, and also because Momo is right next to him, it's like, yeah, I would just throw Momo for you.
That'd be so funny. No, don't die. You can have Momo instead. Oh man. Yeah, so then this is where all the conclusions shit happens. Like Aang's like, you know what? I need to master the other three elements now.
Really?
Now I need to figure this out.
No, fuck you. Do it as soon as possible.
Yeah, and then Paku's like, all right, Katara can be your waterbending master.
No,
because I've granted her master status.
Fuck you. Do it. Train him right here, right now.
No, that's Katara's job. Yeah, which, granted, in that aspect, they do have Katara be the master of Aang post season 1. So I will give some people who have been criticizing the OG show for that as well. He doesn't actually master waterbending, but to be fair, he doesn't master any of the elements in the OG show. Like he got good, but he never mastered them, which is also fair because he's being asked to do something that took other avatars decades, years to learn these bending things, and he had to learn like as much as he could in 10 months, 10 months. So it's like, yeah, so like he wasn't a master of waterbending by the end of book 1. That's not true, but he learned, and then by the time it got to season 2, like yeah, he was a lot better than he was in season 1, but he still learned something during that time. Whereas like that's what people keep criticizing for this show is like he didn't put any effort into it. So, and it gets weird because like, which also continues on because the next thing we get like pretty much a post credit scene that's like Ozai reveals that he reveals that Northern Water Tribe attack. It was just a distraction for Azula to take over Omashu and capture King Bumi.
Do you know
So
what?
Azula just took over Omashu by herself and
Do you know?
captured King Bumi.
I was like, how bullshit. I was like, literally just like bullshit. You
Yeah,
can't.
They want you to think Azula is at the cartoon level now, but no, she's not.
No,
No,
she's not.
I was like, how do you even plan?
Absolutely not.
I'm sorry. If you gotta do this, you have to be really smart, really tactical. You can't be just really powerful to lead a fucking army.
And again, I could be fine if the show said this, and like it just like you just kind of have to accept it because like we didn't see Azula the entire show, so it's like, oh, she took over Omashu and the King Bumi. I guess because Bumi sucks in the show. But
yeah, but yeah,
let's take that.
Yeah, also the mechanics is in the city, and he literally just like, okay, here are all the plans of the Fire Lord. Here are everyone. Here are all the spies, and I will keep making weapons for you. I was like, oh.
Yeah, no, but let's take it over.
Yeah,
like, Azula will finally be Azula that we know and love, I guess.
Yeah, it's so.
And then what else? Oh yeah, pretty much the whole Northern Water Tribe was a distraction towards Kang. So you know. And yeah, so then the Great Sage informs Ozai that Sozin's comet will be returning soon, but we don't know when yet.
What they say in 3 years?
Well, technically it is 3 years, but if they want to extend it, they left it open to interpretation for now.
Yeah, so that's. Is there anything more I want to say?
Yeah, the OG creators of the well, not the OG creators, like the creators of the show said that it will be a 3-year gap to justify the whole age gaps of all the characters and all this stuff. Oh, and it's like people are like, oh, maybe Aang will learn waterbending off screen in between the seasons. It's like, no, that's horrible. And it's like, oh, maybe they can put it into season 2. Yeah, season 2 has its own plots too. You can't just keep moving the plots to the next season. That's stupid. They had enough time to put season 2 plots into this season. So I don't understand like this whole concept. Like let's just move it and we'll figure it out. It's like
they say
the other thing too. It's like, do you assume that this show will have 5 seasons or something like that? No, I'm going to assume it has 3 seasons for now.
Yeah, that's it.
Season 2 and 3 have been confirmed.
Yeah. They have been confirmed. I hope they learn something.
Yeah, they fucking won't.
They probably might.
Yeah,
I think they might only because like Avatar doesn't have that strong of a reception. I mean, at least if you compare it to, I mean, like with Unity, like with Percy Jackson. Percy Jackson does not like has a very strong reaction in terms of positivity. Whereas like Atlas, like at least like there was a good amount of negative comments here and there. But at the same time, it's like some of these problems are like kind of like deep cut in the sense that like you kind of like ruined Azula to the point where like I have no idea how you could fix her.
No, to be honest, it's like her beating Bumi, even though Bumi sucks, it's like I think Azula suck even more. Just saying.
Yeah, and then like other stuff like I mean like the gang is not awful. Like they're not like horrible people or like they're not like assassinate characters. They're just boring. They have nothing to them. They have none of the sauce that like the OG versions had. But it's like I guess this blank slate kind of makes them get like some room to be better in the next season. So I guess I can give them that. They have a general sense of good morality is good. Okay, good. I'm glad we got that covered. But yeah, I mean, outside of that, it's like I guess like there is some room to fix some things. I mean, Suki is just weird, but like she's not like assassinated. She's just weird.
Yeah. I mean, like I don't think. Yeah.
Ozai is like he's lost a lot of sauce as well.
I don't think they'll bring back Boomy because but even though he sucks, I don't think he's even
Boomy is
repairable.
supposed to come. Well, Boomy does come back in future seasons.
In the
Uh,
cartoon comes back season 3.
I feel like they might move
wait,
the
no.
Harus.
It
Sorry.
was- Wait, no, sorry, I forgot. It was 2, right? When he's being.
Yeah, he was in both. He was in all
Yeah,
3
yeah.
seasons.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't think June is gonna have any more. It's like because she's just a plot device.
Junja returns like in season 3, but like she was
Depends
still
how close
awesome
they
in that
do the story.
season 2.
Yeah.
But like in terms of intrinsic characters, like I would say, I mean, you do basically see all these characters come back. I think they might move the Haru plotline to season 2, for all the earthbending stuff.
Yeah.
Which is like I guess it's fine of a choice. I feel like it just hurts Katara's character because like Haru isn't like that interesting of a character in the OG, but like it was just there because Katara was like taught them hope in a place where all the earthbenders lost their hope because they were trapped in a prison on a metal ship and all that. So, but yeah, I mean that was like a good character moment for Katara in particular, and yeah, Katara doesn't do anything like that. Yeah. So yeah, my thing is like if in terms of improving future seasons, like I guess like the best you can have is just like try to treat it as a blank slate.
Yeah,
and
I mean, I
just
try to treat it.
go on
Yeah.
from there.
Yeah.
That's all I can really say.
But it's so weird. It's like they spend so much time about them having traumas, like leadership stuff. It's like they end up just doing nothing at the finale about the traumas.
Yeah, that's
It's so
yeah, a lot of it just ends in terms of like these discussion points and stuff like that. It's
yeah,
like yeah, it's in the OG show, but like they had characterization. Here it's
yeah,
like we're just saying it and then it's over. That's why I feel like it's a blank slate because like there's so much talking and so much like not like filler
yeah.
in
Oh,
terms
by
of
the way,
like of what is being said that like we just feel none of that impact once we get to the end of this, to the point where it's like if you go to season 2 and treat it like a blank slate, you could probably save the show in that aspect if you just fix it.
yeah,
But then that makes season 1 the filler season.
Mm.
So there's
probably.
that.
By the way, do you remember the Harry Potter references? Like, do you know what I'm referring to?
I didn't catch it.
No.
The Deadly Hallows Part 2, where they have Professor Lupin and one of the twins die holding hands.
Hmm.
And
What's the difference here?
yeah, and then they have one of the guy that the prince you supposed to marry, and the other guy.
That part.
Yeah,
They like looked up to Katara as like a master.
yeah. I was like, you literally. I was like,
Yeah,
wow. I was like, wow. That's reminds me so much about that moment in Harry Potter, doesn't it? And, except I don't even know who they are, unlike Professor Lupin, which has
Yeah.
Yeah. And I can't believe that everyone is like, oh fuck, yay, that war is over. Yay, let's go to Omashu. Shut the fuck up and literally just deal with everyone first.
The war is clearly not over.
Yeah.
The Fire Nation just retreat.
Yeah.
So I give my final thoughts. You guys?
Yeah, it's just another disappointing live action remake.
Yeah.
They need
Next
to
up
stop.
is Danny Phantom.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
But Butch Hartman already confirmed.
Oh,
God.
they need to stop doing these. It's just too many misses rather than hits. Really, sometimes you just need to leave animated things alone.
Yeah, and that's like kind of my other final thought was like, dude, can we stop? Can we just raise the bar higher? Like, oh, it's better than the movie. Why is that always like the first thing that we have to say in terms of justifying a new adaptation or something like that? It's like, oh, it's better than this bad one.
and better than one of the worst movies ever. Yeah,
Well, like,
congratulations on the medal.
Congratulations.
yeah, congratulations. Because I might have to
Yes.
rewatch. Yeah, after this, I might have to rewatch the M9 movie to see how bad it is compared to this. It's like wow. Because I think there's aspect there's some
It's
better in that
overall
movie.
worse than this, but yeah, yeah, there are
But
some things, and then I don't know.
yeah, I remember like Ja was more serious there, and they have Zuko set up to be a hand-to-hand master, and like they didn't overthrow Azula.
Yeah.
And learns water bending.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a oh god, which is it's just I don't even know what to say about this at this point. It's like I mean I'd come here with an open mind. I'd never seen animation. I mean I've seen a few episodes, but that's a long time ago. But it's like I don't even remember what those episodes are. It's just maybe book 3, book 1, book 2, book 3. They were out of order.
Yeah.
It's like, and I saw it's like, wow, that was quite crap. And I wasn't even mad at this. I wasn't even mad. I was just, yeah, I expected it. It's Netflix. It's a remake in modern life action in modern times.
yeah.
It's
I
just,
wasn't like, I want to give it a chance, because like after One Piece and all, so I wasn't looking and like going to hate it, but um, yeah, it just didn't do it for me.
it's like it's such a weird state. It's like I don't have any connection. Just you just have to sell me the fact that this is a good one, even if they adapt the piece poorly. No, of course not. I guess they did. I do think that they actually spent 15 million per episode, though.
Yep. Yeah, I will give it I think the production crew did a pretty good job for the material, the resources that they had.
Yeah.
Granted, they Netflix tends to do okay. We're pretty good with in terms of their production design, so I can give them that. Though
Yeah.
I do find
Oh,
it a
the
little bit
effects were
weird.
decent.
Yeah, the effects were decent as well. I like the cast for the most part. I just hope
Which we had more to do.
I wish I had more to do.
Yeah.
There is a way
Better
to
time
fix
things to do.
most of the characters, I think, like in the next season, if they were to do it. But they need to fix the writing. It's clearly the biggest problem. Especially like they need to learn how to trust their audience, like cut the over exposition. I mean, like Mark Hamill said he joined the Avatar series because like he really respected how like it never talked down to their kids audience with what they're talking about and the themes and the stuff like that in terms of the show. So it's like
Oh,
that's
he wasn't on, like he wasn't like cast since, like it wasn't like the plan always for him to be Ozai.
no.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, but he said like he it caught his attention because like he respected how much like the franchise just like it never talked down to its kids audience. It was like, and obviously like I mean look at us today. It's like we're still talking about Avatar 20 years later. Um,
Can't believe it's been that long. I'm so old.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And especially like for me, like I started watching Avatar, like a lot of people during the Netflix time when they just got Netflix from Avatar, back in 2020, like in the COVID time. So there was a lot
I
of
was
free
there.
time.
I
Yeah,
was there when it was out.
yeah. I
All
watched
the
a
way
few
back.
episodes here and there, 2005 to 2008, but like again, it was like out of order. But yeah, like the COVID time was when I got to watch it the whole way through. And it's like
Nice.
I, able to binge it too, like as a 21 year old adult.
You didn't have that year long gap between the two halves of book three that drove me crazy.
Yeah,
No.
yeah,
I
and
was like,
then
did it get canceled? Where is it?
yeah, that's true. Yeah, but then it's like the other thing I find it appealing is like binging a whole show within like 3 weeks is I mean maybe that's a problem with my behalf, but like to be fair, it was COVID, so like there was free time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still binging a like a 60 episode show. Because
Yeah.
it was just really good.
To be fair, one
And I
season
wanted to
of
see more. Every episode, I wanted to see more.
yeah, that's a thing. To be honest, one season of this is the same runtime of one season of the Avatar show.
Yeah,
It's not that much difference.
Yeah,
He's hoping the movie about the future gang is good.
yeah, that's
nah,
gonna come out.
yeah.
Future Gang. They're also doing a sequel show with a future Avatar post Korra.
Yep.
I'm really
Yeah.
scared about the part I'm scared about is the world setting because of how advanced they did the technology in Korra. It'd be crazy how much more advancement they can go.
Avatar
Oh.
gets iPod.
Yeah,
It gets a gun.
It's fucked. Hey, to
It's
be
a
honest,
metal bending for you, babe.
yay.
Yeah.
They may actually explain like how does spirit world works again, because they have a retroactively fixed Korra, I guess.
Yeah. Then also they're also having like Kyoshi movies as well.
Oh fuck it, fuck.
Oh yeah, the future gang movie, the Kyoshin movie, and a core movie, right?
Oh, stop milking the franchise.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Too
No,
late.
like,
They have
everything
a
with
whole
Kyoshi.
slate laid out like an MCU phase.
Yeah, they do. Kyoshi, like I can give a bit of a thing because like they do have like the books, which they can just adapt those. I did get to read them. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
But
Oh, there's the like comics.
it's like an actual novel.
Oh, like a and
Kyoshi has like novels. They're pretty good. The comics, the sequel comics, a lot of people don't like those.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah. There's
but I know it reveals I know the Zuko mom thing that gets revealed, but I never read the comic.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be season 4 of the show, but then
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really hope this gang movie is good.
To be honest, it's like at least people talk down this Netflix show now. It's like everyone saw the warning stars, and then when you got Percy Jackson, everyone's like, "Oh my god, Uncle Rick is so good at this." It's like, dude, they literally make the same mistakes as the movies.
Yeah,
worse mistakes. In fact,
way worse. It's so hard to just find a part in the show that's done better than the movies, and that's really saying something.
yeah, I'm definitely doing a video on Percy Jackson. I was supposed to do a short one, but then it's like, no, I have way too much to say.
Yeah.
I can't do that for Avatar. I think Avatar 1 is too obvious what the problems are, and 2, it can be pretty repetitive.
Yeah.
Not to mention, like a lot of channels already do that. So
yeah, and everyone just saw through the issues already. So it's like,
yeah.
Despite
I think I do think Avatar is better than Percy Jackson.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's at least like I like the Zuko and Iroh together when they're together. It's like yeah, that's nice. Like I was like Percy Jackson was like sorry, what was I supposed to praise again?
Yeah. So yeah, I hope they learn something for future seasons. I do think Toph is the make or break for a lot of people, like even those who like the show. To some aspect.
To be honest, let's just say who do you think they're gonna cast as Toph?
I can't do that. She's 12.
No.
To be fair, we know I love 12-year-old actress, so
that's sort of true because of IMDb. But I mean, I'll leave that to a professional, in my opinion.
Yeah, to be fair, they hire quite a lot of popular actors. This it's like, oh fuck, I know June actress. I know the mechanic actor.
I even know like Ty Lee and Katara. Like I I'm familiar with
Oh
her.
yeah, I know,
Like they're friends with McKenna Grace as well.
I know the guitar actress from N with an E. She's
Yeah.
and it's like I know a
She
lot. It's
also
like
did the voice for the brother character in What If.
oh yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah.
And it's like and also like I know like it's like as well. I know Osa of course because Buffy.
Yeah. The doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doctor.
Those memes came up right away, right when he
Yeah.
was cast.
Yeah.
It's funny because that meme is from 2016, I think. It's just
Yeah.
it became popular recently.
Yeah.
That's just how memes work, though.
Yeah, I know Commander Zhao, even though like his delivery is just fucking it's like insane. I was like, I take them over most of the Percy Jackson actors. Like at least he's trying. I'll say that. It's like it's like a and of course I know Princess Yu. Everyone knows Prey, so
Yeah.
yeah. So I think they hire something to just get someone relatively more popular.
Yeah, I know like the Aang actor is like looking forward to casting Toph, mainly because like finally someone who's my age.
Yeah.
He's funny. Yeah. But again, I do hope for the best. Especially mostly for the actors. But like if the writers can do better, that's all we need really. Yeah, so Unity, say goodbye to the people.
Well, see, I got a lot to rehearse tomorrow. I'm very tired, so it's but you expect it. That's before showtime.
Yeah. All right, operation.
Yeah. Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, and we'll see you another time. Also, just a quick reminder: we do have another channel, another Reviews Corp podcast. You can find those links in the description down below. That and the YouTube and the Spotify, both in the description down below. And we will see you next time.
Subscribe or you'll get bad
Everybody.
adaptation.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Bye. Have a nice life.